Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, everyone sitting in the panel. It's been a wonderful day. The weather is almost, a lot of snow out there, and we're just trying to cool off. We have finished the first segment, which was conducted by Dr. Dominic, and we're just about to take the second one. And the second one is going to be quite interesting, because we'll be dealing with a lot of the topic that a lot of people want to watch. But before I kickstart, I'm going to invite people very early. But to set the tone for what we're going to be discussing, what's our topic today? What's the way forward? There are many nations clashing in Nigeria, many issues, many discussions, a lot of views, both from primordial, from and pedestrian and native, and all kinds of ideas is being canvassed by different groups of people. And today we'll be looking at those different group of people. I'll also be looking at what do we do to get Nigeria to where we want it to be. If we don't believe in Nigeria, then let us all sit in a round table and have a discussion. If we do still believe in one Nigeria, then we should all now begin to sit down and look at how we can, begin to put our thoughts together, our actions, and rewrite those areas of our constitution that doesn't seem to make a lot of sense to other people or other ethnic groups, whether they are minority or majority. It does not really matter. What matters is that everybody is happy in the location where we are all find ourselves, which is Nigeria. But before then, let us hear some of the arguments that have been quite contentious, in my opinion. And I'm going to present two, one from Northern Elders, one from a panelist, one from a political juggernaut making a serious point on the issue that had to do with Nigeria. Here we go.
As a surprise, past American governments had once announced that Nigeria would break by 2015. When that did not happen, after 10 years, they are now taking deliberate steps to make it happen. It seems like the plot they are working on is to instigate a religious crisis in the country by provoking the Muslim population. Recently, the US President, Donald Trump, made an accusation that there was a Christian genocide going on in Nigeria, even confirming that churches were being burned and Christians killed virtually every day. He then started rolling out conditions to be met by the Nigerian government and sanctions to be considered on government, individuals, and groups. He went on to list Nigeria yet again as a country of special concern. Among the conditions he rolled out was that the Sharia system was to be abolished in the northern states and blasphemy laws be scrapped. Then, last week, a group of Nigerians living in the US, led by one Dr. Ebenezer Obadere, senior fellow at the Council on Foreign Relations, visited the US Congress masquerading as so-called experts on Nigerian affairs to request the Congress to make the US government demand that the Nigerian government put pressure on the northern states to abolish the Sharia system and the Hizbah. At this juncture, we would like to make the following observations. One, even the British colonialists who conquered our land by force of arms could not altogether get rid of the Sharia system. Therefore, No foreign power can do it now, after more than 60 years of independence. 2, the Sharia system is an integral part of our constitution, which, in recognition of everybody's right to religious freedom, provided for 3 legal systems, namely the British common law, the Sharia personal law, and the customary law. 3, moreover, the constitution allowed for concurrent powers that gives states the power to make laws affecting any of the concurrent list, of which enacting Sharia law is a part of. 4, unless the constitution of our country and its democratic federalism is going to be trampled on, the plot to force the federal government to pressure state governments to abolish the Sharia system and Hizbah is not wise. 5, the Sharia system has never been imposed on any non-Muslims in Nigeria. 6, the blasphemy law is not a religious law, but a law enacted by respective state assemblies in order to preserve peace and harmony. 7, the Sharia system has no connection whatsoever with the different types of insecurity issues happening in Nigeria. 8, the Hizbah institution has never engaged in any type of unrest. It is an unarmed organization concerned only with the enforcement of Sharia moral laws within the ambit of the national law. Therefore, on behalf of all the 40 Islamic organizations that form the Zamfara State Muslims League, we hereby state the following. 1, we in Zamfara State are more than 99% Muslims. We were the first to implement the Sharia system in 1999. We want all and sundry to know that we are comfortable with the system and we will never allow it to be tampered with. 2, the request of Dr. Obadere is not based on any expertise, but on biasness and Islamophobia. 3, the US has no business meddling in the international affairs of our country, or act as a custodian of a certain religion, or start a new crusade against Islam, with Nigeria as its first victim. 4, we emphatically affirm that Muslims in Nigeria will not stand by and look while a foreign power dismantles the Sharia system just to make some anti-Islamic Christians happy. We know that America has been sponsoring Zionist terrorism in Palestine and the genocide of Muslims. We are also ready to pay the price the Palestinians are paying if America should decide to come to Nigeria to dismantle Sharia. 5, we are calling on President Bola Tinubu to tread carefully. He should remember that he rose to power on the goodwill of Sharia-loving Muslim population of this country. 6, we also call on Muslim representatives in the Senate and the House of Representatives never to allow themselves to be used for the achievement of crooked objectives detrimental to the interests of those they represent. 7, we call on our governors and members of the respective houses of assemblies not to relent or give in on this matter. They must stand firm and ensure our freedoms in a sovereign Nigeria. We are also using this medium to appeal to our northern governors, especially the Sharia compliant states, to intensify efforts in protecting, safeguarding, and promoting the Sharia legal system in their respective states. 8, it is time for our traditional rulers to stand up and talk. The labor of our leaders past shall never be in vain. 9, our ulama and imams must stand up and talk. Imams must convey our message of resistance on all pulpits. Sharia implementation is our religious right, which we are entitled to. We will never accept intervention on how to practice our religion from any quarter. 10, finally, we call on all Muslims in Nigeria to be ready to defend our religion and the Sharia system, whatever it takes. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Okay, that is from the Northern Elders. And I let it play all through so that you can listen. Because the ideas he's canvassing will not go well with the Christian South. But you have heard it, so that it's not like, because sometimes when we come to this channel, people think we put words together that, it's our own opinion. It's not our own opinion. The facts are out there, and they are easy for you to digest and be able to make sense from it. We'll go ahead and play the other side, but this time it's going to be from a panel. I see all those who are behind. Just give me one few more seconds and we'll be back to having a discussion that's going to be robust, I promise you. So let's hear from this guy.
Was in Nigeria, 73% said sometimes or always they were treated unfairly by the government. This is last year. This is the highest rate of any ethnic group surveyed in Africa. In their view, they are sometimes or always treated unfairly by the government.
So it's the issue of injustice?
It is a deep grievance, and it's a disconnect from the Nigeria project, as was mentioned earlier. And I mentioned that number just to underscore the underlying grievance that has to be addressed. So amnesty is potentially part of a package, but the disconnect has to be addressed. And the Southeast is a core pillar of the Nigeria project. Comes back to the discussion of its importance. So all of these issues that are being discussed are inherently political. They're being seen through a political lens. For example, infrastructure development. The grievance is you have a very productive region that is exporting not just to Nigeria, but internationally. You have, I think, Imo and Anambra are number 4 and number 6 for GDP in Nigeria. And that was in 2021, which was a very violent year. So even amidst the violence, three of the 5 states in Southeast are in the top 12 for GDP per capita. Yet there's no seaport. The bridges are not good. The roads are not good. So it is a development and infrastructure issue, but it's seen through a political lens as a political grievance. The same with security, which is you have significant deployment of security forces, yet the perception is the DPOs are not from Southeast. Many of the officers are not from Southeast. They are not necessarily well-versed in the local context. And so they're not performing the role of community security in a way that they or other communities would expect. So that's a security issue, yes, but it's also perceived through a political lens. And it's the same with federal appointments.
So a lot of people will have the oil as well. Will have Bayelsa belongs to Jigawa. The oil in Delta belongs to Jigawa. As long, yes, because we are called Nigeria today. So that's what I'm telling you. The oil belongs to us all. And we as Nigerians shall do everything possible to make sure we take that oil so that a lot of people will have the oil as well. Will have the money of the oil. Anybody who thinks the oil of Bayelsa belongs to only Bayelsa is just deceiving himself. As long as we are in Nigeria, we will make sure that we have uninterrupted supply of oil so that there will be uninterrupted supply of money to Jigawa State. As long as we are called Nigeria. Of course we are not the same people. We have to understand that, look, I am a Fulani man, and Ijo is different, Yoruba is different, but then God has made us to stay together. So why can't we attempt to stay together? And I honestly do not mind, even if we're going pathways, let's sit on the table, around the table, and agree that, look, that oil of Bayelsa, Jigawa cannot have a share. No way. You know, I don't mind us talking like that. But as of today, that oil, we shall do everything within our means, everything with our blood, to defend our oil in Bayelsa. We will do everything possible to defend that oil in Bayelsa. It belongs to Jigawa State as well. You know, so that's what I want them to understand. This country fought civil war. And that's probably why we are still together. And anybody who threatened, unless if we are defeated, then we can leave the oil. But if anybody threatens the flow of oil, we shall fight and make sure oil flows. Ijo oil, Bayelsa oil, belongs to Jigawa people. And we shall do everything possible to defend our oil in Bayelsa. Because God put our oil in Bayelsa, just like God has put mineral resources of Bayelsa in Jigawa. Bayelsa belongs to Jigawa.
Okay. Again, we'll be talking on that, and that is yours, beloved, in a conference organized by International Committee on Nigeria that held in Washington, D.C. And many points came out for which we were going to be doing more videos and more, more talks later. But a lot of things that came out, some of the things we're going to be discussing today. And I welcome all of you who are here already. Yes. Yes. Chin was telling me that Pansa was asking me to give CM. I don't see CM here. Okay, here is CM. Thank you for coming. CM. Chim, I was just going to call you. All right. You're all welcome to this special edition. Like Dr. Dominic started the hosting as we were rolling over it. I'm sure I'm thinking maybe next week CM or Chim may have their own special program also that would address other issues. But in that conference in DC, some of the takeaways are exactly what I just played. The contradictions in Nigeria Federation and what makes it difficult to come together and have a common front. Now, even in that conference, and as I'll later show you on maybe a different program, because there are a lot of things that happened there, it was not the Oyibo people that were fighting themselves. It was we, the Nigerians, that went there to, fight ourselves before the people who are trying to help us organize our life. What is the contradiction? Certain people are saying this, other people are saying that. I don't want to say it so that Masca don't accuse me of. I don't want to fight with Masca. So, but we went there with thinking that we discuss as a nation. Those of us who went there went because we felt that we know a bit of what is going on, and we can at least bring some clarity and see how these things can be forged, or how we can even manage it. Because the Bible says, gently by gently, the snail crossed through thorns without being pricked. But unfortunately, we went there within the short time we had there. We all had to fight, and And one thing I was glad about is that some of those who fought, I was able to make contact with them. They're going to come to this program and give us the reason why they took such a hard stand. And we will, as time goes on, they'll be coming in one after the other. But what was so clear was that Nigeria is escalating into a lot of humanitarian crisis, especially in the Middle Belt and the Northeast. The continuous, destruction of life and property is overwhelming, and what the world can no longer keep quiet about. I don't know. That's why earlier on I talked so much about the Nigerian media. The Nigerian media sometimes tells you things that are not true. They tell that we're getting close to having a collaboration. There's nothing like that. As far as in that meeting, at least there were 4 congressmen. There was nothing like that. Like they are getting ready to have any collaboration, because before you build a collaboration that has to involve the lives of Americans, they have to be sure that you are not going to sell them out, and it has to be watertight. That's what I'm trying to say. Arrangement, and I don't think they've got there yet. Okay, and then there's a lot of clashes, and the data are out there pointing to a systematic, targeted violence that meets several criteria that would describe as genocide. I'm just telling you the outcome of the meeting. And so, also the issue of the unjust treatment of Nnamdi Kanu was also laid on the table. That was where some people started fighting that why should they bring Nnamdi Kanu's issue into it. But forgetting that those who brought it in said, this is the system. The judicial system is actually what they're addressing, and Nnamdi Kanu is one of those sore terms that came up. And they were able to say, look, you can't have a nation where the judiciary decides to do whatever he wants to do based on who is on trial, and consequently that should be addressed. They concluded that the further erosion of the judicial confidence in the judicial system has also caused Nigerians to be more skeptical about the system. So if you're in a nation where you can't get justice, then there's nothing to hope for, because it's supposed to be the the bastion of the common man. And so they also were able to identify that there's a rising de-radicalization or radicalization of the young people from the southeast and the middle belt because of this constant unjust kind of treatment meted out to people. Because you cannot justify by telling anybody that a man who defended his life from being killed in his own farm with the tool that the killer brought should now die by hanging, because according to your law, he should have dropped the tool as soon as he disarmed the man, drop the tool and run for his life. You were not in the scene. How do you now know how it took place and how that happened? Nobody can tell. Those are some of the sore terms that was hanging out. And then the intensified reinstatement of Nigerians in the U.S. The reinstating of Nigeria as a country of particular concern was also specially talked about, and they all agreed that was the right thing to do, because it gives the U.S. the authority to be able to, deal decisively. And it was also mentioned, and those of us who are there were saying, it's not about the Nigerian people. There are particular key individuals who are responsible for causing these things. So if you can do a targeted, what do you call it now, sanction against those individuals, be it their property, be it their money, be whatever, but as much as possible, let the Nigerian people have no role to play here. It is the individuals who have taken our money, who have opposed themselves on our people, who have refused to bring good governance, that have brought about all this. Are these problems too much for Nigerians to be able to solve? No. Why then do we keep repeating it over and over again? And also, they also have thinking of appointing a special envoy around the Lake Chad and the Nigeria. Lake Chad special envoy that will monitor the activities going on around there. Plans for underway. Now, there'll be another congregational briefing and meeting the first quarter of 2026, which will be titled Silence the Slaughter 2.0. And that meeting will be held also in DC. If any of you are around, it will be good to have you. Okay, I'll stop there for now. I just want to say that in the meeting, a lot of guys came from Nigeria. Of course, you saw them. A lot of people also came from around the US. And it was fruitful. It was very frank. It was very interesting. Now, the question be, which is the purpose of this meeting, what is the way to forge forward? Because right now, like I played the contradictions in the Nigerian polity, which is the videos I just played for you, and which the ones I could simply just lay my hands on right now. These are contradictions that are not acceptable to, like the northern elders have spoken. They will do this to the end. And also the East have their own contradiction, which is that we don't accept how we're treated in the nation of Nigeria. And so if you cannot treat us as equal partners in this business, then let us depart and be at peace with you. That is a contradiction that is tearing us all apart. We're not going to water down also what is going on in the Southwest. The Southwest is saying they also are interested in Oduduwa. And the Oduduwa nation have been something that has been canvassed for a long time. You see, if you watch, I couldn't lay my hands on the video now, but if you watch, there was a meeting of the Southwest in Lagos, and the Lagos State Governor made a declaration. They made it's Yoruba Fest before Nigeria, Oduduwa Fest, and they sang their national anthem, which was not a sin to anybody. That cannot be done. If we play the Biafra anthem, the next morning, all the people who were there would be arrested. But the Yorubas sang their national anthem and declared their unity with Oduduwa first before Nigeria. The Arewa contradiction is there. Arewa is to the north. It's not a crime to be Arewa, but it's a crime to be Biafra. These are contradictions that we must have to check. Telling us not to talk about these things is just postponing the doomsday, because the time will come when there will be a king that does not know Joseph, and that will be a problem for both the north, the south, and the east. So, gentlemen, that's my intro for this, and you're all welcome. And yes, I will allow Chim
Okay.
to fire first. Chim,
Okay.
you have heard my introduction. What
No,
is your...
no, KG, let's see him go ahead. I'll comment later. Let's see him go
Let me.
ahead, please.
Okay, I'm not
Thank you.
confused. I want to put
Thank.
CM.
Thank.
All right, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you for conceding that right to me, Kim. I mean, Chim. Thank you. I think Chim is here. Yeah, that is your full name. Thank you ever so much. And thank you, KJ. But the thing is, this is such a topic. I think this is the heart of what Nigeria should be discussing, even on a daily basis. What I will say from the video clips you've shown is, I welcome all the sentiment expressed. To be honest with you, when I say I welcome it, I love it. The thing you use, the greatest solver of any problem is dialogue. But in Nigeria, we don't seem to. We suppress everything. In a plural society like Nigeria, you say what you want. Go and reflect on it. Say this is what you want out of Nigeria. There is no, I can never begrudge you of that. I can't stop you. Because Nigeria is I don't discuss Nigeria as an abstract. I discuss Nigeria as different nations joined together to be a country, not to be a nation. So you say what you want out of Nigeria. I can't begrudge you of it. But when you say what you want, be prepared to allow me also say what I want. If in the course of you saying this is asking for what you want, and I'm asking for, if we can't agree, I go my way. That is the situation, that is the position Nigeria is now. When you mention Yoruba governors singing a Yoruba anthem, yes, that is what they want. I can't go and stop them. Even if I'm the commander-in-chief, I won't go and arrest them. I will even encourage Ibibio, sing your own national anthem. Ndibo, if you know your own, sing. The man who is really telling them, replying America with all the 9 items, and then they made their point known, I will clap for him. This is what he wants. Now, I will state my own. Ndibo, what do you people want? I won't stop the man. Therefore, do not try to stop me. That is the issue. That is what Nigeria is. But the thing is that when you bring this type of discussion, people will come and, hey, unity. You see, you don't force unity. Unity comes after negotiation, particularly for people that are not the same. All of us here, we are different. If we want to unite, we have to sit down and negotiate our unity. Everything is negotiable. Now, I agree. I recognize the fact that in the course of us negotiating, some people may say this is what they want, and that is the buy. If they can't get it, what happens? They may say, look, I don't want to be. You don't have to give a person. People should stop this idea. God never created Nigeria. So people want to deceive themselves. They say, we are different people, we know, but God never created Nigeria. Nigeria was a reflex of Lord Lugard, representing the British Imperial Majesty. Let me give you an example. The Western world recognized that the first tragedy in Nigeria post-independence was the Civil War. I'm not going into it. Since 1967 to 70, from 70 to 75, no, everything was quite okay. To 80, no problem. To 83 is a usual coup we used to have, no problem. We change our government the way we want. 84, 85, 86, 90, 91, 92. Then 1993, what the world knew as injustice happened. Nigeria was almost at the brink. For the first time, people come out to say, look, because a Yoruba man won, that's why they are doing this. It's like going back to 1966. Misunderstanding, and people, you see people moving in opposite direction. It happened. People were leaving Lagos. Even some people were going to the north. Some were as I was in Lagos, some Yoruba people were going like Ogun State. Ondo. They were leaving. Ndi Igbo, of course, left Lagos mostly because of the rhetorics of the time. So people were saying, "Are we going to go into civil war?" Now, because that thing was not resolved, 5 years later, Abiola died. One of the what they call the secretary of the colonies in those days, and then I think the principal assistant called Peter Smithers wrote an article in the Times of London newspaper on 15th July 1998. It's online. Somebody can Google it and say letter to the editor by Peter Smithers. The man stated a lot he discussed it. He was writing, said, they had, when they were making Nigeria, the British had the intention to put together, is the word put and together. The man used it, not me. I will circulate the article for those that want it. He said, we were trying to put together a big African country with resources. But the mistake we made was we did not have the example of Yugoslavia to guide us, because Yugoslavia collapsed around 1991. As at 1960 they were putting together Nigeria, they were looking at Nigeria will be like Yugoslavia. But because Yugoslavia collapsed, if Yugoslavia had collapsed before 1960, they would have thought twice. They said they did not have the example of Yugoslavia, and they did not have the example of Russia. That is USSR, Soviet Socialist Republic. He mentioned these two. He said when they were putting it together, they know it will cost a lot of, there will be a lot of price to pay in human cost. What is that human cost? Civil war. And since then, we've been paying it. So they regretted. For those that are saying God, they regretted. So why I'm bringing this is that we know Nigeria is an organic creation. The only way we can make it is that when we sit down, everybody say what you want. You want 10 items, maybe I want 12. In the end, maybe we agree that I should have 5. You will have 5. That is how to do it. The man who read all these things, the guy who was replying in America, I welcome what he said. Some people may say I should be against it. No, that's what you want. Now it is left on the Igbo. Come and state your own. What do you want in Nigeria? If I say I don't want to be part of Nigeria, nobody should come and point a gun to my head. I don't want. And when I say as an Igbo that the best option for us is to opt out of Nigeria, people might say why. There's a book to guide us. It's called The Wretched of the Earth by Frank Fanon. I may not quote him exactly word for word, but he's trying to say that every generation has a task, a duty to address the challenge of their generation. It is either they address it or they betray it. Our forefathers as Ndi agreed that Zeke, and when Zeke was dealing with Tafawa Balewa and Ahmadu Bello, this unity in diversity, Zeke is no more. We are his children or even children's children. What does this generation want? This is what we are facing. When we talk of Biafra of my father, they talked about Biafra because of the pogrom that happened in 66. We didn't see pogrom. But what we are seeing now is why people are not because of Biafra. That's why people are seeing now. The injustice is too much. So when people say, look, they don't want to belong, it's not by force. So the person that wants to practice Sharia, I welcome it. Be in your region, practice it. But I don't want to be in the country where even I don't want to infect you with my Christianity. Let me put it that way, because some people may think Sharia is toxic. Christianity is also toxic. You that is a Muslim, I don't want to infect you, contaminate you with my Christianity. So let me stay away. You stay your own and do your bit. Is there anything wrong in that? Why must we come two together, like Ojuku said, rather than stay a little bit apart and survive? We want to come too closely together and perish on collision. Why?
Sam,
That is
let
the
me
center
stop.
point of my logic.
Can you hear me? Let me stop you. I'm talking at 55, 5:55 minutes. So, but I have two questions for you. One, people quote to say Ojuku said that it was a bad idea and said that if he had a second choice, he will never go back there. I've not read that interview. I mean, at least I had the privilege of being one of those who spoke to, who had a knowledge of the interview that was done before he passed. Secondly, David Omahi said that there's no need for you people to continue to ask for Biafra now because Tinubu has done everything in Igbo land as you want it. What's your stake as you begin to argue for the point of the Southeast? Because you've already done 5 minutes, you only have 2 minutes now. Just 2 minutes to ask.
As for David Omahi, that's a stunted growth. I can never say anything about that. God forbid that he doesn't deserve an intelligent reply from me, with all due respect. That's one. I don't want to blow my trumpet. So David Omahi, to me, whatever he says exists in the wind is not for me. Some people can address it. For me, I cannot descend that into that gutter with him. God forbid. Then as for what Ojuku said, you see, Ojuku faced the challenge of his era. We are facing our own challenge. That is the center point of the fact. I've said Frank Fanon's book. The man wrote it and said every generation must face the challenge of their own generation. The challenge we are facing now is that I want to be on my own. Yugoslavia, they've gone on their separate ways, 7 countries. Russia, the same thing. So the idea of bringing people of different nations and then forging them into one nation, it doesn't work. Those that tried it are regretting it. Go and look at the letter to the editor written by Peter Smithers. The people that put them together, he said when they want to put together, do you know what is put together? Put people together without their consent. That is the phrase, put together. And somebody is still coming to tell me for what? And if I may cite example, because I know there is no this time because I'm always very verbose in discussing this. Britain, Nigeria is the only country forcefully joined together by Britain that is still existing the way they left it.
Okay.
Where is Rhodesia? Where is Northern and Southern Rhodesia? Where is Uganda, Tanzania, and Kenya? Where is Sudan and Southern Sudan? What are we talking about? Where is Pakistan, India, and Bangladesh? Where is India? Where is Malaysia and Singapore? Are they not British colonies? So people should look. All these things, you see, as a trained scientist, we make use of data. A trial judge in a court, whatever he says, we say from the evidence before this honorable court. So if I'm to be a judge, we say from the evidence before Nigerians now, what do we make of the data? The data we are seeing, we are incompatible.
All right,
thank you,
Steve. Thank you so much. I appreciate your time. Okay, stay humble. You are here, and you saw the intro. I won't want to ask another question. What do you say, and what will be the best way to navigate through this difficult process that everyone in Nigeria, be the chief, Igede, Itolo, Basange, Basankomo, whoever the Ogori, Pio, Ogori, whichever tribe they are, they can have peace and be comfortable to contribute in the national development of Nigeria.
Okay, thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. It's morning here in the UK. Sorry for those in the US. I am very glad, first of all, that we've shifted back to the major issues because I wasn't really at home with the whole discussion on accountability from those who were not even appointed by the people in the first place. And yeah, I think that discussion then moved from the sublime to the ridiculous when they started discussing Natasha Akpabio, which is a topic that I think the people on this panel are too intellectually sophisticated to discuss. That one is for market women. So regarding the Nigerian situation, one thing that I just want to mention before I even say anything is that, this is either maybe good news or bad news to those who still believe in the one Nigeria, is that Nigeria will eventually disintegrate. It's a matter of when and not if. So the question will now be what, how will it happen? Into how many pieces, and what will be the result. So it's either it disintegrates into several pieces, with a lot of chaos, or the Nigerians come together. Like you asked me the solution, yeah, I think I would even talk about the solution and then um try to aggregate all the things that I have in mind. um, when you go to places like the Middle Belt, they still don't believe. The other day, Pastor Dachomo was here, and the other time, one of the popular guys on social media who was invited, 90 Minutes Africa, they still believe that Nigeria, that the people are, they're agitating for separate nations, are comedians. So they still believe that these Fulani jihadists are their brothers, and they still believe in the so-called one Nigeria, and that's really unfortunate, and that's quite tragic. Because such sentiments are very, very unhealthy for them and for the whole country at large. Because I think the greatest tragedy that befell the African continent is the failure of Biafra to become a nation. Because with Biafra as a nation, that would have been the only, maybe the first developed African country, really, the first real developed African country. And if you had a Biafra very strong, there wouldn't be Islamic terrorism anywhere. The Biafran military will crush them, so we all know that. So these people will not exist in our neighborhood at all. Um, so the solution to all the chaos in Nigeria today is for the so-called Nigerians to come together to say, look, we want to pursue nationhood because Nigeria is not a nation. And for those saying that it was God that cobbled Nigeria together, um, yeah, I don't really have a response to them because when you take the example of countries like Yugoslavia who were together and later it disintegrated into, I think, 6 or 8 pieces, and they're all doing well individually as individual nations. Netherlands were, was composed of Holland and Belgium, before they separated, and so many other nations, really. The Scandinavian nations, there was a time they were, some of them were together, but at some point they thought rightly that they needed to go their separate ways in order to move forward as peoples. So that's the same thing that applies to Nigeria. The Hausa man will do really well on his own. They've got great cultural attributes. They've got really, really talented people. The Yoruba people will do excellently as a nation. The Benin Empire or kingdom would also be great. The thing is that we don't share the same values. The value of an Igbo man is, values of an Igbo man is different from the values of an Hausa man. And the Igbo man believes that whatever you get is not given to you on a platter of gold. He believes in hard work, believes in industry, believes in entrepreneurship. Other people may not share the same belief, which is all right. If that might work for them, because everyone must not be the same. But if you say, oh, look, we must all be together in the contraption, and these people give this person chance to get to the top, because what's happening in Nigeria is a total mess. And with Nigeria, I said this in 2010 when I was in first year. We're having this conversation, and I told people that Nigeria will not make any headway as a country, as a so-called nation. And some people laughed them because that time the economy was not looking bad. But the thing is that it's not about somebody coming in and doing one or two things to make things better, and structurally is defective. There's no foundation. It's just a house built in waters, with very, very faulty, with very, very weak sticks, holding the house together. It will eventually crumble into pieces. And it's happening in our eyes. And even as we speak, 20 persons have been kidnapped from a church in Kogi State by the murderous, terrorists, the jihadists. And nobody's even talking. It's become normal. We are not even batting a lead. We are not sorrowful. Again, we are all smile. We are all smiles. It's nothing to us. And as I speak now, there are some people who are preparing their lecture to counter me and say that it should be the norm. That we shouldn't even talk about it. But it's happened, and everybody has moved on to something else. And some
Okay.
people.
All right. Thank you. I need to stop you. You have not even taken your extra minutes to talk. Thank you so much. I'll come back to you because I still need you to think about it. Speaking, you are from the southeast. So tell me what to pacify the Igbos to continue to remain in one Nigeria. That is when I come back in the next round. So think about that. Bro Ike, good evening. Okay, he's on the phone.
See, KJ, can Brother Chim go?
Okay, all right, Chim, go ahead.
So thank you, KJ. So KJ, do you want to remind me exactly? I can see the violence.
Jim is sleeping.
What is talking about? What is he talking about?
Oh, I thought you were sleeping.
Okay.
So
I've already laid out what we are going to be discussing. So, which is the fact that these are contradictions. Great contradictions exist in the Nigerian Federation. How do we take care of that to move forward?
Okay. All right. So, good evening to everyone. It's evening, I guess, irrespective of where you are. Also, for some people in the UK, it's early morning. So, and Nigeria with Masca here. It depends on what angle you're coming from. If you are if you're an ardent advocate of that Nigeria should survive, I think the very basic way out of this is for us to start having what Mr. James earlier on referred to as reasonable men. And in trying to follow from what he said, then I had earlier said that our current president, for instance, did not necessarily believe in one Nigeria. I mean, his previous comments are all over the internet for anybody to see. But now he's in the saddle, and I guess he's an advocate of one Nigeria, which is always the case with some of our elites. Once the moment they get into mainstream anything and are benefiting, they forget the views they held yesterday. Principally, working out Nigeria shouldn't be difficult. There's no nation anywhere that doesn't have internal contradictions and tensions. But the thing is that our elites and political office holders, I don't want to call them leaders, I'm struggling to use the word leaders with them. Our political office holders tend to have this tendency of satisfying themselves. They never seem to look at the greater good of the society. And not being able to look at that greater good is why they are not able to look at the things that they should start doing for instance, equity, egalitarianism. It's a society where you should allow everybody have their rights. Let me take the very basic one, which people will argue, and it still doesn't make sense. So you say, when I wrote Federal Common Entrance in 1985, the unitary exam, the exam into unitary schools. If I'm correct, I think I scored 240 something or thereabout back then. And the cutoff mark for Imo State, because there was no Abia State then, it was Imo State and Anambra State, were the only two Eastern Igbo-speaking states. And I was required to score, I think, 260 something to be even given a chance. But I scored 240 something, so I was about 20 something marks off it. But there were people from other places who scored way less than 100 who got into federal schools. And every time we bring up these little things, people don't seem to see how somebody is looking there and say, but how is it possible that you say this is a unitary school system, I'm supposed to go in there, we're supposed to produce our best. I have scored 240. Somebody who's scored 100 and something less than me is getting into the same school and you're shutting me out. Then already I go away with this mindset that this country is unfair. Do you understand what I'm saying? I mean, you know, that's a typical language of a child, but it's not fair. You know, when you're dealing with your children, but that is not fair. That's always a child's way of trying to push their request. So how about we start with trying to redress those things? How about we make it open that anybody can go anywhere? Now, the other thing that I want to talk about also, which is also in this instance, is I had wanted to work in the Nigerian Federal Civil Service. Contrary to what people say, a lot of us wanted to work in the Nigerian Civil Service. And I was privileged enough to have served in Abuja when Abacha was head of state. And I saw how difficult it was to get into the Federal Civil Service. I saw how difficult it was. There is somebody, I mentioned it here some time ago, and I will still mask his name. He became a top sports administrator in Nigeria. He comes from somewhere in the southwest. This guy had to use another name. I'm being honest about this, to get to where he is today. He knows himself. If he's listening, he knows I'm talking about him. And there are people who know who I'm talking about. How about we redress these things? Because you see, we tend to be going to the big issues, but we see the foundational issues, very basic. It is equity, fairness. These are things you use to win the hearts of people to patriotism. You do the basic people and people want to die for the country because they know that, listen, okay, somebody has tried to come close, but I will still keep my mouth shut. So how about we address those things? Because when we say, you know, the pathway for peace, we didn't get to this place where we are today and we just jumped and then people started slicing everybody's throat. No. Every time there's a problem, it's like in a marriage, it gradually creeps in. It's very little, bit by little. Somebody is saying, this is not making me happy. Somebody's not listening. This is not making me happy. Somebody's not listening. This is not making me, until the person says, I've had enough. And then it becomes a messy situation. It's always like that in anything. So the only way for us to have cohesion is that we need to go back and start first principles. Create a system that is fair. Create a system that is equitable. Now, coming to the extreme demands, you know, the extreme advocation, which someone like Stay Humble seems to be advocating, I don't have a problem with that. But I believe that even if we go to those other ones like Stay Humble is talking about, there will still be contradictions. It should not be a reason why Nigeria should remain one. I'm not one of those who says if we split and the East goes, then the Abia man and the Imo man will start struggling. Then the Anambra man will not be happy with Igbo. I don't believe in all that. But it will happen. Anytime you splinter, there will always be contradiction. There will be, you bring it closer to the people. So if we go, for instance, if you say let the North whole North go, you will suddenly realize that the man in Kanuri will suddenly realize, okay, now he doesn't have a Southerner to deal with. He starts pointing finger at Sokoto and say, but why was Sokoto lord it over me in this equation? Then you will realize that the man in Kano will suddenly say, okay, hey, I don't care about you, Sokoto, or you, Kanuri. Can I just be allowed to? It will always come down. But to redress these issues, it is that I think I was listening to an interview by Al Jazeera's, there's this popular guy from Al Jazeera who interviews, he's very, boisterous. I'm trying to remember his name. He interviewed a Polish politician recently. And he accused the guy of being a racist, not wanting people from the Middle East to come, that the Polish government and the political power party in office in Poland is racist and is shutting the door to people from the Middle East. They only want people from Ukraine to come in. And the guy said yes. He didn't deny it. He said yes.
What you are looking for is Mehdi Hassan.
Mehdi. Thank you very much, my brother. And he said to himself, he said, we're not, listen, that they don't believe in a multicultural society. He said multiculturalism is the cause of the world. I sat down and I listened to him. I had to go back and think about it. People will say, oh, but what about America? We'll come there. Not many societies can deal with multiculturalism. It's not an easy thing to deal with. It's something you need to think deeply about. And if you want to have a multicultural system, that is why you must have the need for equity and fairness.
Okay.
Let me just land on this, sir. Let me land on this. If you don't do that, you will now start creating competition. And it's like in the Bible where they said that the non-Jewish Christians were feeling that their widows were being neglected, which is why they created the office of the, you know what I'm talking about, to take care of them, give them food and equity. It's something that always happens. If there's no leadership that is fair towards everybody, then it creates confusion. So I think the basic thing is to be fair. Look for a way to be fair to everyone, or to be safe to be fair. And then you begin.
All right, Tim, I need to stop you because I'm trying to be fair to everybody now.
Go ahead.
You have already taken more minutes. Thank you so much. And that contribution is quite clear. But if you wanted me, I would have asked, is it that you guys from the Southeast have a problem with, what are the real reason? And that's what I want everybody to. What is the contradiction that is so painful for us not to be able to contain each other, and how those can be negated? If you can, and at least going forward now, if you can mention them, so that those who are coming here to monitor what we are saying, we hear what people are saying, that these are their problem. If you can mention the problem, and I'm not saying come and discuss on behalf of the Igbos, discuss on behalf of your own people. So if you are here and you are not Igbo, please feel free to discuss what you think. And if you don't have any problem the way Nigeria is, also tell us you don't have a problem. It is cool the way you are, the way it is, and you have no problem. So we know that other people are the problem. Having said that, let's push ahead. Maska, you're welcome.
Look, in the spirit of fairness, I think in the last episode, Constance didn't speak. I think he should speak before me.
No, but it's not a continuation of the other one. It's a totally different program, brother.
Okay, fair enough. Look, in any case, there are two things I would say, KG. First, I will attack you. So let me.
No problem. Feel free.
Yeah, I know. Obviously, I'm a free person. One would say what you have to say. Look, the challenge I have with you, KJ, it's you set up. How do I call it now? You set up a premise for a discussion that is supposed to be a free discussion. If you say violence and survival in Nigeria, and the only video you're bringing is a Sharia video, and another person saying that, okay, what did the guy say now? That the oil in the south is for, I can't remember the state he was referring.
Bayelsa.
Yes, no, but he said that the oil in Bayelsa belongs to a northern state. I can't remember the
state. Adamawa.
No, Jigawa.
Jigawa, Adamawa. Okay, one of them. I thought Jigawa, Adamawa.
And in all honesty, if I ask you now, this person that was reading the communique for Sharia, how many times have you seen this person? If I ask you now what is his name, will you know it?
I don't know. I'm not here to answer questions.
Look, this is
listen, my brother.
Okay, I'm listening.
You see, in the first place, for you to have a meeting and I have a communique, because I'm not the only one. I'm not the one who shot the video. Okay, this guy introduced himself and the group as Northern Elders, and it's not only one person that speaks on behalf of Northern Elders. Many people have spoken on behalf of Northern Elders. Those who know, those who don't know. So what you are going to now, it is rather irrelevant. He has been able to articulate what is the position. Hold on, sir. He has been able to articulate what he feels is the challenge for the North. That's what we're discussing. So let's deal with that.
To start with, that guy was speaking for Zamfara.
But Masca, deal with the subject.
Oti,
Forget
please.
the
No,
messenger.
see, let's not
It
turn
doesn't
to
matter. Deal with the subject,
wait,
please.
Oti. It's not an us versus them thing.
I know, but you know.
Okay, so wait now. Why do I have to be dealing with so many people at the same time? KJ is good enough. Let KJ speak. I'm only
So
attacking.
why not give Masca 5?
Hold on, guys. You see, I said earlier when we started this broadcast, I don't want it to be rowdy. So, and because we are not even dealing with what he said was, we are looking for solution. So if you have a solution, say it. You know why? Because the channel we are on is being monitored by people from Nigerian government. So say what you think is the solution, and they can run with it. It's as simple as that. What is the solution? Okay, maybe I didn't lay the premise properly. Lay it and answer the question.
Okay, good. But even if you didn't lay it, are you not interested in hearing what you did wrong?
See, for the work of arts, anybody can follow any direction. There are many roads that leads to the market. So this is the road I have followed. Follow your own.
Okay, KJ, I will drag you. Even in arts, there is exhibition. Other artists will go and see what other artists have done.
It does not mean that at the same time if you are giving
even
the
in
pen,
arts, KJ, even in arts, critique is a very important part of arts. Even if it is arts you're doing here, I will be justified to pass a critique.
No, let me tell you something. We were once having a theater presentation of Wole Soyinka's book, directed by somebody I won't want to call his name. But Wole Soyinka came to watch that play. And in the middle of the play, he got up and said, "That is not my play. That is not my script." You know what the lecturer said? "Walk this madman out of the theater." That's exactly what happened.
You want to walk me out? No, you want to walk me out?
I'm just simply saying, any person has the right to create the narrative he wants. You answer the question. Well, you see, we are rather dragging out. Going. No, if you don't have the answer to the question, let us move forward.
If we, no, okay. So what are you saying now? Should Nigeria leave every issue and move forward?
No, because but you are rather not answering my question. You are trying to reframe it. Okay, that is the question I have put on the ground. Don't reframe it.
What is
wrong? I have even given you. Hold on.
What is wrong in me trying to reframe your question?
But I've given you that. I say, okay, you reframe it and answer what you want to answer. You are still.
So sorry to come in here. His major tactics is to hold you captive with questions and then becomes the guest, the special guest here. That should not happen. Let him use his 5 minutes and talk so that other people can talk.
Well, I can use my 5 minutes to make the point I make. I don't have a problem with 5 minutes. It is okay. If you're okay, KJ, but the 5 minutes, I would ask KJ questions.
Okay, feel free to ask me a question. I don't know which area you want to ask. Ask your question, Master.
Okay, like I said, there are two aspects. First, I want to critique the fact that you set up a premise, and I personally don't think it's good for open and honest discussion. Like I said, you went and picked somebody who you cannot even remember his name and use that to set a stage for a national discussion.
Irrelevant, I'm afraid.
No, I understand for you it's irrelevant, but
the substance, please.
Why is your Obolo not saying anything?
Mask is irrelevant. We don't care.
Because Pablo is a good leader.
I agree with you that for you think it's irrelevant. For me, I
deal with the substance. That's the subject matter.
Okay, so what's the substance? Tell me the substance.
If you don't have anything to contribute, then someone else will carry on.
Tell me the substance. No, we are supposed to have discussions now. Or
the future of Nigeria, the prospect.
What we are simply saying, Masker, is that we are looking now. You come here every time you say we don't discuss solution. We are not
No,
dealing
no,
with solutions.
no,
We are
I've
talking
never
about
said that. No, that also is not true, KJ. I'm not somebody who drinks or
But
thinks.
KJ,
No,
if a masker don't want to say anything, leave another. Let's continue on
So
this.
why
This
would
Yes.
you allow
we
this
cannot
gent
continue on your
by the
masker,
third
masker. If you don't want to
masker
say anything, we cannot
continue
force
to
him.
destabilize this
let
place?
okay,
If
okay,
he
guys,
doesn't have any points,
calm
he
down,
should go
calm
and
down.
sleep.
No, calm down, everybody. Okay, Master, please go ahead and use your 5 minutes. Your time starts now.
okay.
Another 5 minutes again.
Okay, so KJ, I would, so that it would not look like I'm just a disruptor. Look, my take on all these things, there are two angles to it. I take your angle that, okay, there are some sort of, what would I call it now? Yeah, okay, maybe the word is, I don't want to use the word contradiction because they are not really contradictions. Okay. Because every country you take, like I think it was Chim that said it, every country you take is not, there is no country that is monolithic. So I won't call it contradiction. I consider, yes, that okay, fantastic. Yes, there are differences within the country. Okay. So let's consider, yes, there are differences. Now, are these differences, how do I put it now? Are they
Manageable or not?
okay? Thank you, Oti. I think maybe that's the thing we should be asking ourselves. Are they
And by the way,
different?
Jim used the word contradictions, just
No,
to remind you.
that's no, no. I'm saying that
So
for
not just
me,
differences, contradictions. He used the word.
I'm saying that I would rather use the word differences, not contradictions. Okay, which is okay. And thank you for look at these differences that we cannot manage. My answer is absolutely no. It's not that we are going to all become one set of people. Maybe in terms of looks, maybe in terms of aspirations. The answer is no. As a Hausa man, my aspirations are completely different from an Igbo man. That I know. I have Igbo friends. I know their aspirations. It's not exactly my own aspiration. And I respect them for their aspirations, and they respect me for my aspirations. But there is what is called this concept of interdependence. Any human being who thinks that, oh, he can survive as an island, I think he has to go and check himself. There's something wrong with him. Okay. I do understand that, look, as societies, as communities, as peoples, we should have some sort of level of independence to live our lives the way we see it deemed fit. And I also totally agree with CM. If I think Sharia is the best for me, why not? Every other person should support me if truly they are good people so that I can achieve my aspirations. I, as a Hausa man, if I see that Igbo people are business people and that is their major aspiration, I should rally around them and make them achieve their aspirations. That, for me, I think is the concept of life because we are definitely going to be different. The fact that we are going to be excavating our differences and think that, okay, this is what we should spend the whole of our lifetime clamoring and farming out, I think is wrong. Sincerely speaking, I really believe it's wrong. More so because if you leave these micro differences, I call them micro difference, because a white man among us now cannot differentiate whether you are Igbo or Hausa or Yoruba. You will see a pool of black people. And in the grand scheme of things, I insist, I maintain, because I think I know that the world is divided sincerely, not according to all these tribal lines. Even the white people have come to understood that at some point. They are Irish people, they are Scottish people, but they have understood that if they are going to make any headway, they have to put aside these differences and go out and work collectively as a people. So my solution, honestly, is one: we need to agree that we are different people. Our aspirations are different. Okay. But we also need to understand that what is holding us is not these tribal differences. It's not these tribal differences. If it is tribal differences that is holding us down, I don't think people in Somalia are going to be having the kind of issues they have. I don't know about Somalia, but from the outside, I think Somalia they are all practicing one religion. I believe they are all Arabs. Okay. But we know that Somalia is one of the most divided places, at least in Africa. So I think that we should understand our differences. We should also try to work with the concept of interdependence. Okay, if you're
Okay.
gonna is it 5 minutes already, KJ?
5 minutes, 18 seconds, 19 now, 21 now.
Okay, give me 2 minutes. Let me quickly round up. Okay, I really believe that the real problem in this country is that we have not articulated ourselves as a country. We can't be a nation because look, nationalities are different. TIF will continue to be a TIF nation, but we must forge a country based on this concept of interdependence, because no nation has everything that it needs. Okay, even if we okay, let's even take the current example. Countries import certain things from other countries. Okay, simply because you can't have everything. Whatever you think of your country, you can't technically have everything you need. So let's forge a country based on the concept of interdependence. And the real challenge for me in this country is simply because we also keep exasperating these differences. And the people who are taking advantage of the differences are not dividing themselves. Because if you go to the National Assembly today, Igbo people are there, Yoruba people are there, Hausa people are there. If you go to the Assembly of Poverty, Hausa people are there in millions. Igbo people are there in millions. We may think that, okay, look, if God kills all Hausa people, all our problems is gone. Or the Hausa man will think that if God kills all Igbo people, I think it's just uneducated thinking, sincerely speaking. I rest my case there. Thank you.
KJ,
Okay.
KJ, sorry, excuse me, KJ. Because it's already half past 1 here in the UK. Can I just briefly address, because listen, this is a simple.
Okay. Sorry. Constant, please allow O to speak so that.
It's a simple question you posed, and quite frankly, I don't see. Look.
No. Okay, you have to take a squeeze from me, not you.
Okay.
Because it's
Constant,
my turn.
please. Constant, please.
Uh-huh.
And remember, I don't talk a lot. I've just one or 2 points. Masker, just to help you. I'm just trying to help you. Because you seem to be well reasoned, good natured person. No, but I don't see why anybody should kind of be feeling maybe defensive, or in this, when we are dealing with this. It's quite simple.
What am I
Now,
defending? What am I defending?
Excuse me.
I'm just giving my own opinion.
Yes. Okay.
I'm telling you, because
not defensive, but perhaps you kind of hold on. Maybe not defensive, but
opinion. I just gave my opinion.
Excuse me. Okay, maybe sorry, not defensive. Maybe you don't want to address the question. Okay, you don't want to answer it. Let me help you, right? Because as I said, to me, it's a simple. It's not that complicated. Now, okay, you talked about building a country. Well and good. No, but do you know, for example, in the United Kingdom here, we have Scotland, we have Wales, and we have England. Okay, and it's one country in a way, and there's a parliament in Scotland. There's one in Wales, and then of course there's one in the House of Commons. So this is practical, pragmatic. It's not philosophy. So how do we have a real problem?
Which state are you from?
I'm from Anambra State.
There is an assembly in Anambra State, please.
No, that's different. That's different.
No, okay. You are the one that will make it different because you want to justify.
Hold on.
Argument. There is an assembly in Anambra State.
Oh God.
Yes.
No, but it's different. Yes. You see. Hold on. There's a difference between Scotland and Anambra State. It's a categorical mistake. if we're talking about Scotland or Wales, so you can't be comparing with Anambra. That's something, a different kettle of fish. So we really have to have an open mind. Nobody is gonna lose anything or be hurt. So let's approach this question, if like frankly, with openness. So this is a real discussion, okay? And I don't think it's that complicated. Look, I share the
Okay,
sentiment of.
I've said
Let
what
me
I have
finish
to say.
now.
So what are you going to? You are trying to do a recap on my own
The
news.
state assemblies in Nigeria
Hold
are
on,
actually
calm down.
of,
Listen, let me finish. Let me finish. Okay.
they're just
Now,
waste of resources and time.
excuse
Yes.
me.
Allow, if you don't have
Oh
something
God.
to say on your own,
Okay,
allow people who have their own
but
opinion to speak.
allow him to speak now. He said
But
he
I'm not
wants to go and
addressing.
sleep.
Hold
Let
on.
him
Okay, so
can
listen,
go.
because I listened to you see, because look, I can see, is it a fear or something? I don't know. In some waters, the sentiment people express. The way I see it, simple, pragmatic. Okay, I've listened to Humble and CM as well. All right, people have such views. My view is this. Now, recognizing the differences, okay, and you can't just minimize them. You can't just say that we are black people, Africans, okay, but even in families, even in your kismet, differences, different. It's part of human nature. That's how society's humanity
Oti, it will be
organizes.
difficult for
Different
me to
units.
say, wait, Oti, it will be difficult
So
for
let
me
me
to
finish.
no, you
But
don't
you're
have to
interrupting
finish
me.
that because you are trying to look. Let me tell you what you're doing. I acknowledge these differences.
But I'm trying to.
So
No, you
why are
didn't want
you?
to answer the question. You didn't want to answer the question.
If
You were
I
just
even
going
if I
around. Then I'm
Okay,
trying to. You can't even
Master,
allow me.
if you allow him speak, we'll be through with it and move.
okay, you're
No.
right, KJ. Go ahead, Oti, speak.
So you see, one version of the solution is this. Okay. Now, people go in the different ways. Maybe the Igbos, one nation. Okay. I don't have anything against that. No, but if you ask me, I will start from this. It's rightly, I mean, that of course no country, no people, no nation is if like wholly self-sufficient. Okay. So trading, relating, relationship, this is must go on. It's the nature of man, nature of humanity. No, but for administrative convenience, for kind of a common future, common destiny, there's something you can't just ignore things like language or culture or or um,
This is
or,
what I'm saying.
or,
Oti.
um,
I
or
ignore this thing. Why would you say you can't when you are talking about my speech? Don't do that. I did not ignore
I'm not talking
language.
about your speech.
So what are you doing? Is this your own turn?
It's his turn now. He's speaking or his turn now. Master,
Okay,
calm down.
go ahead.
Calm
So
down.
now listen. So now I listen to Mr. Humble and the CM and then to Chim, right? So now perhaps my position would be kind of like a midpoint, okay? Um why don't you look, something worked before, right? This the regions, okay? That independence, confederation is practical, okay? It can solve most of our problems, and it doesn't really. I don't see anybody losing anything from that arrangement, okay? So that's what's the problem with that? Why can't we have that conversation? I'm not saying that. Look, and by the way, you really have to ask the people now, because as it is today, when the facts are on the table, okay, you can't even nobody can say that in maybe the Igbos, as a nation, as a population, would opt out of Nigeria. Again, in other words, a complete separation. You can't. I mean, is speculative. You don't have any evidence for it. You have not put the question to the people. Okay. And by the way, does it really favor them when you think about it? Because it got to be, as I said, it's a pragmatic question. It's not really about feelings, emotions. You've got to deal with these things, facts. Okay, that's the way you look at it. So, but we can't just. It's not sustainable the way we are. We have to address. It's not, and then hoping some kind of pious hope we're gonna be all right. No, it's not working, and it can't work. Something, because the structure, the foundation is faulty. Something got to give. It is that simple. I don't. It don't mean it's not. I don't think it is that philosophical, quite frankly. Okay, so position say humble, maybe, but well, at the moment it may be kind of doesn't allow for flexibility, right? Let's try some kind of experiment a little bit, okay? Now, because once you go down that route, it may be difficult to come back. So we kind of, it's a gradual, right? But that, if like this segregation, this decentralization is inevitable, is a way to go. That's my position.
Okay. Thank you so much, Oti. I would have simply asked you that, you see, what some people say is that if there is a division and the Igbos, the Yorubas, the Angas, the Jukum, the Biron are their own, what happened in Germany with the former Senate president? And what's his name now? Ekweremadu. What happened to him? If for instance, he wasn't an Igbo man and Igbos went to slap him, it would have been a problem in Nigeria. But when the Igbos felt that he needed to be slapped, they slapped him, and nobody from the east, whether you are Anambra, Imo, or whatever, came to ask which people slapped me. Are they from Anambra? Are they from Imo? Are they from Abia? Are they from Ebonyi? So what they are simply saying that when majority or when tribes coerce together, they can manage themselves much better than when being managed by external forces. And this also came up in the meeting we had in DC. They were saying, this is their conclusion, which we'll probably talk about sometime later or next week, that police people should be posted to their localities because they will deal with their people fairer and know how to cut off criminalities. The army should be posted to their localities. Their commander should come from those localities. So that they're not saying,
Aburi Accord. Back to
yes,
it.
so that they are not saying that you are treating our people poorly, or they don't even understand the environment, the social cultural environment they are dealing with. And that what they see now, I'm just telling you their conclusion, is that there's so much high-handedness of these individuals when they are dealing with people that are not their people. But if they were their people, they will probably not behave in the very crude way they are behaving. So, will you agree with that assertion?
I do. And as I said, it's not this. We're not reinventing
before you
the wheel.
Before you go further, what do you also think of the state police that they are proposing?
The same thing. It will help. Again, it's a pragmatic, practical, local policies. Again, this is something that can we test it out. It's a good idea. State police, and again, that is really the restructuring, the regionalism, the power. Really being close to the people. Let people govern, manage their affairs. Are you with me? It is simple. This is not something. It's not a great discovery, right? It's something that has worked. Okay, so in other words, that is an alternative to if this kind of a Soviet Union or maybe a Yugoslavia, example. So we could go back to the beginning, how we started, okay, up to until the rupture of the first military coup and the war and all that. We could go back to where we started when Nigeria, if was founded as a nation, as an independent nation, 1960. So we can at least go back to that and see how it goes. At least every region then, can manage their. Look, you see, there will always be problems, even in families. Okay, so maybe whether it is if it's married to one wife or two, okay, with one family, you can't. Problems is just part of human life. Okay, you're gonna have contradictions and tensions and conflicts and all that, but it's just how are they managed? Okay, what is the sincerity that's brought to resolving these issues? And again, complexes, inferiority or superiority. These are the things that when they're better dealt with, managed, then living together becomes easier. But it's always in human affairs. It's always is a challenge. You can't avoid that. It doesn't matter the unit of the association we're dealing with.
Thank you so much. Thank you. All right, let's move on. Consign. You have heard the argument so far.
Yes, sir.
What is your own contribution?
Yeah, I want to thank you and also other panelists. And I also thank Dr. Dominic for at least recognizing me that time that I was there. I was at the. There was no space for me to come in that time. I think I'm happy with what he said because I'm his brother, so I'm happy. So, but you see, today's this thing. You see, even I wanted to come in that time to talk about Natasha and to talk about the political system that time, which people are discussing. Nigeria, for now, whatever happen, whatever anything, anyhow we want to make Nigeria now, before Nigeria can move forward, people have to come together and talk. If we cannot, all of us cannot come together and talk, Nigeria cannot move forward. If all of us cannot, the Hausa, the Fulanis, the Igbos, the Yorubas, all the whole tribes cannot come together and discuss. Even the election, even the electoral system, even the state police, nothing will move forward. Because you see, any country, any state that criminals are making the rules and laws, that country cannot, nothing will move. If you bring in the police system, police today in every state, it's going to be the same also. Because you have criminals in that. Criminals are the one to make the laws there. So any governor who is in charge, we use that to subdue the opposition. So in Nigeria today, if we can come together and discuss, you can say that if we can discuss and say we want to be one nation, we have to change so many things. This quota system, we have to change it. This issue of Sharia or not Sharia, you have to change. Even if there's going to be Sharia, there's a way it cannot be in the constitution. And then the Christians will have their own. You see, we have to give and take. But in this situation now, it's like we're not giving and take. It's like some areas are being recolonized by some tribes. Even like the Fulani or the Yoruba that are recolonizing some people. So and the things cannot work out. Every country needs peace. Every country needs love. Without love, there'll be no peace. And without peace, there'll be no progress. If today in Nigeria there's no peace in Nigeria. Two, there's no love, no single love in Nigeria today. It's a winner takes all. No justice in Nigeria today. So whatever we are saying about Nigeria is babash. No country, honestly, no country that have no problem. But the problems in Nigeria are so big and so complex that one area, one tribe, whatever you say, they don't want. They only want what they want. And if that thing they want, you don't get it, you will be in trouble. You see, it's not very bad that somebody will come out in the public discourse space and start saying that the oil that belongs to Bayelsa is their own. If a Bayelsa man can say the oil that is in the gold that is in Zamfara or Sokoto belong to Bayelsa, there's a problem. That man will be arrested the next day. You see, today there was an interview about the bandits that were arrested in I think Kwara. Those people that went to the church, and those people are saying that it's the government that gave them those ammunition, that the AK-47 that they came to that church. So that's Nigeria now. Honestly, it's a criminal country being ruled by criminals. Canada the other time said Nigeria is a judge said Nigeria is a terrorist country, and the government have not refuted that allegation. You see, so when all these things are happening, you see that things cannot move forward. If today we come together and said, okay, the East, the South, all of them, they have to get seaports, and the seaports will be working. The same thing applicable to Lagos. In the North, there are more industries that will help those things to be extracted there. Then in the other areas in Yoruba land, all those industries, all the things they produce, all those, then there'll be job. All these things up together, there'll be job for people. And when there is job, the issue of this criminality will reduce. But when all those things are not in place, when we cannot come together and talk, when we cannot come together and discuss our problems, even in a family, when people are having problems, they come together and discuss. This is what we want. This is how to settle this problem. And after saying it, things will work out. But in Nigeria, we can, that gray area, those places that the people think that this is where they are holding food, they cannot discuss it. That's the problem where the problem lies. A Fulani man can never allow you to discuss about changing the constitution. He will never allow you. When you talk about that, he shut you down. And when somebody is talking about in the Senate today, you have people from the South, all of them are together. It's not true. The thing that happens in the Senate is this. If the Igbos or even the Bayelsas also want to raise a point that will help them, other people will shut them down. And if you are a Bayelsa man, you want to continue on that, you will see they destroy you. They find a way to destroy you, or they will destroy you. So that's the problem. You see that Wike said before, we can put problem in your state. How can a state, if somebody of that nature come say, a government officer say, if we want to destroy you, you can put, tell the governor that any governor that challenges me, I'll put problem in state. And such a person is not arrested. You see the other time, what they call it, the one that he was listening to Buhari, he said, what did he say? He said that either your land or your life. And such people are not arrested. In a same country, such man is supposed to be in jail. Because they ask him, why did you say either your land or your life? That means you are the one killing these people. Because of that, you are the one killing this. But not people cannot be arrested. Some people are above the law. Some people decide whatever they want to do. That's what they want to do. If somebody can come and tell you Igbos are business and their own the Sharia, you have to let. You cannot compare Sharia and the business together. They're not the same thing.
Yeah. So my question to you now be, which is the more likely solution that can be satisfactory to majority of those from the southeast?
Those in the southeast.
Yes, what to be satisfactory to majority of those in the south. I'm not saying everybody. I'm saying those in the southeast because it can't be everybody that be covered. So majority of those in the south is what will be satisfactory to you people. What if you are called to national table now and say consign? We want to find out from you, what does the southeast want that be satisfactory to majority of the southern eastern people of Nigeria?
One, the southeast, I said the southeasterner. One, I would demand for the pulling out of all these military men in the southeast, all these military roadblocks. One, two, treat the southeasterners as you treat others. In appointments, even in government ministries and further government ministries, you have to give them appointment give them appointment like others. You have to give him his seaport. That's what the Isat needs seaport more than anything. You have to give them airport, international airport. You make their distance to be international, their airports to be international. Then you have to stop treating this marginalization. You have to stop the marginalization completely. So if you can do all these things, I think we can be able to say we have a country. But when you don't treat them like Tim said when he wanted to go to this thing, they often his result, they couldn't go to this unity school. So when you don't have even today they are training today. Even when you don't have you see certain Easterners, almost the 70% of the containers that come to Nigeria goes to Southeast. But then that Southeast don't have any support. Now the Southeasterners are clamoring for what they call for even for river seaport or listen to be working effectively like Lagos, but still they don't want to do it. So how can business people, how can they survive? They're not getting. Do you know that? Do you know that in federal this in Abuja today and in Lagos, Southeasterners, they're not even up to 2% that are working in that area, in that place.
All right. Okay.
Again,
Thank you.
that's what I want to point out before. No, just give me a second. During the time of Buhari, do you know that during the time of Buhari, most of the Igbo ministers, and the senators, they were not even going to enter into that Asorok. They were not allowed to enter into that Asorok. But they are working with Buhari. But those people from the east, they're not allowed to enter that Asorok.
Okay,
as if we are being colonized, as if we are not human being.
Thank you so much. Buhari is no longer here, so let's move
Yeah,
on. Thank you.
I'm just telling you.
Okay. Okwabilo.
KJ, can I say my word and I leave because I've been waiting.
Okay, but we called you earlier on the phone. Okay, Okwabilo, please give us.
No, but
Go ahead.
I said someone else sugar. I didn't monopolize nothing.
Okay, so, go ahead.
My brother Bogolo, Ovie, I'm not talking too much. I just want to.
One thing you have to give the Igbo smokers there. We respect our elders.
No problem. Listen, I just want to continue with where Chim stopped. You know, there are small things that Nigeria need to solve before we go for bigger things. The idea that there is going to be a different cutout mark for JAMB and WAEC in Nigeria from different states of Nigeria is something that needs to be addressed. Knowledge is acquired by people. All of us go to exam. Who pass goes to school. I shouldn't be in the same country where somebody from somewhere should get 140 and I should be forced to get 350 in the same country. Those are the things that need to be phased out of Nigeria in order to build that consensus and trust among each other. You cannot, in Nigeria as of today, the 5 eastern states has 5 ministers, while Ogun State has 5 ministers. In the same country, the 5 eastern states, they have 5 ministers, while a single state from Ogun State has 4 or 5. A new ambassadors were appointed. America, Great Britain, France, and which other country? About 4 or 5 countries, the major powers. No Igbo man was part of the people that were made ambassadors to US, to United Kingdom, to France, and either Canada or Germany. I don't know where. That's the point. That's what we're talking about. There are so many things that Nigerian as a people can be able to resolve. Carrying everybody along and making sure that no particular set of Nigeria is denied their right because of where or how they look like. There are so many good things that we can get out of Nigeria as a country. I remember last 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, when we were talking about this topic, it was CM who was talking about, is it not good that the Warri seaport is working? The Calabar seaport is working. We are not asking, the Igbos are not asking, give them seaport. We are talking about the ones that are in South. Can we get Warri port working? Can we get Calabar port working? If they are working, we are not going to have any problem. When we import our goods, it can go direct to Warri, or it can go to Calabar. It will be easy for any Igbo man to be able to clear their goods. Why should everything be centered in Lagos? And after you clear your goods, now you have to go by road, by trailer, taking the containers back to East. There are so many little things that Nigeria can be able to, address. And I think that because of this illegitimate government that we have, that never won an election, that come into office with 35% of Nigerian support, that's why they are not doing what they are supposed to do by addressing all these issues that are not as difficult as anything. Is it not in Nigerian Senate today that we're talking about people that have to become an ambassador? They say, bow and go. Where are the 5 Eastern senators that represent the Southeast? What was their contribution during the screening of the ambassadors? The people that claim that they are speaking for us, are they really speaking for you and me? Did we really appoint them or anoint them to speak on our behalf? No. As a people, we need to be able to go home and search ourselves and say, okay, let's KJ and CM speak for the people of the Southeast. The people that are claiming to be your political leaders and traditional rulers and all the whole whatever they call themselves, are they speaking for us? No. They are speaking for their masters. They are even working against us. So Ochi said something here which also is good. Let's take this issue back to the population of the Igbo. Among ourselves, let us ask ourselves, the real Igbo people in Nigeria, do we really want to remain alone, or do we really want to become part of this country? Let us not allow these people who claim to be speaking for us, because they are not speaking for us. At the end of the day, they are the people who will sabotage everything that we are trying to do. So we need a situation where Igbo themselves will say, listen, it is time for us to say, we remain in this country called Nigeria, but these are the conditions that will make us to remain in this country called Nigeria. Because in the first place, no man is an island. The way the Igbo nation is, you have people who don't speak Igbo, like the Calabas and the Akwa Iboms and the other people. They will, if they say, okay, they want to be part of Nigeria, how do you deal with situations like that? Because those people are our neighbors, they are our brothers and sisters. There are so many things that we need to do, but those little things is what I think that is most essential. That when Nigerian government begin to recognize that when there is a disagreement, an Igbo businessman, an Igbo business should not be destroyed in the north or Lagos, anywhere in Nigeria. Because whatever that is happening in politics has nothing to do with an Igbo man who went to open a shop somewhere. I came with my money. You rented me your shop, and I am doing my business. Or I came for a land. You sold your land to me. I built my house. Why is it that if there is a problem, you go to attack what I suffered to build? It has nothing to do with the politics that is going on at the federal level. The properties of Igbo should stop being destroyed whenever there is a little political misunderstanding. They go to people's business. They destroy people's properties. They destroy people's houses. What solution does it solve any problem? So I think that we, the Igbos also, that even with all these things that is happening around us in Nigeria, we are still more detribalized people in Nigeria. Because even in the face of all these things, indeed, we are still developing every other part of Nigeria, even without minding what is going on in Nigeria. So who could have ever claimed that they love Nigeria more than the Igbos? Even in the midst of what we are suffering, even in the midst of our properties being destroyed everywhere, our people are still developing and investing money in every part of Nigeria because they believe in oneness of Nigeria. So I think that the issue is that until Nigeria as a country begin to recognize those little things that we cry about, if they recognize those little things, I think it will be the bedrock to go to the bigger thing where we will be able to decide how are we going to look as a nation. God bless you.
Thank you so much. Let me leave it. I have a question, but I'll leave it so I can move on. Yes, who is speaking next? Pablo, my brother. Don't give us lecture. Don't give us lecture. Give us a topic. Discuss a topic. Don't give us lecture.
Wrong bag boys.
All right, go ahead, sir.
All right. So if I may, let me not go off the topic. You are talking about the pathway for peace.
Sorry, I have two Nigerian breast cells behind the backstage. So if anybody Yeah, somebody said I was going to go out. Cool. So I can bring him in. Anyway, go ahead. Once I
You
get
can,
space, I'll bring him in.
let's KJ, with a
Sir,
caveat, I will go. You bring Boom Boom Ray, and then when I raise my hand, I would come back later. I'll be at the
okay.
back.
No, Allah, that's a good sacrifice. Thank you.
Yeah,
King,
so talking about the violence and survival in Nigeria, pathway to peace and national cohesion. And I think every people that spoke so far, for me, it represents to the kind of conversation that we Nigerians are actually having from the top to bottom, as they will say. You know, CM to me represents the civilizational fault lines, way that is actually overtaking every part of the world right now. So the angers, his frustration is coming from that. If we cannot work towards that cohesion, towards the peace, so let's just go according to that. And there's just a lot of support too, in that regard. Then I listened to my brother Oti, even Mr. Ike, who seems to lean towards the kind of conversation.
You're not going to listen to me. I know. You're not going to listen.
Children, I mean, you get beef. You understand me? Yeah, beef. So, what is it seems to represent the conversations that the Nigerian elite are so currently having, leaning towards, which is what restructuring. So along that line, I think the to actually come to that Arab cohesion, maybe we will not. It might not happen in our own lifetime, our generation. It might happen maybe 2, 3 generations down the line, because those are the people who we will not even understand these fault lines that dominate our conversation. They're willing towards that restructural that the elite are having, and but at that level of the young people, they are not even their main concern is that the old guys has to go, that they don't seem to in tune or understand what the world that they are living or the world they are adding to. So if you look at if you fine tune all the conversation along that line, you understand that we are actually leaning towards a right direction, however we want to see, because this is what democracy is about. And one will argue, just like at the earlier section, Dominic was trying to point out the effect of social media, how it democratize information and conversation. So our conversation is rich. Yes, it's full of anger and emotion, but it's not out of place. So the fact that even among us who are far away from the action, not necessarily having too much skin in the game, could see pathway as restructuring. And I think that's what we should be concerned about, because these people who want to carry out this restructuring, they are not going to actually go far away from what they are actually experiencing right now in terms of the favor they are getting from the current system, because it is due to it's not the restructuring is coming not due to the fact that a lot of people are clamoring for the other suffering, but it's coming because at the top, the top is growing wilder and the position are not expanding. Only one person can become president. Only 36 people can become governor. Only few. So the position are kind of fixed. Why the elite circle is growing. So they will carry a restructure that will favor them. The conversation is already going. Increase more states, give state police, regional governance, and all that. So if we are not careful, we will get carried away along that civilizational fault line, forgetting the fact that the young we when I put myself as among those young generation, because I grew up in Nigeria whereby I could travel from my village to Meduguri to Onitsha. I've been to all the way to Nkomovia village in Oka Ititi, just looking for playing love and all that kind of shit. That is the kind of Nigeria I grew up. And those that are coming before me, that is the kind of Nigeria they actually know. So the more this older guy delay the process of restructuring, the more that will actually be what we come. Because that's what the young people will know. We will come out from. So I will say the idea of this civilization fault line, which is either Christianity or Western civilization, we should be very careful because solution might not necessarily come that way. Because I don't think we are going to separate along that line. Nigeria is not going to separate along civilizational line at this point. I don't know. I don't see it. I see that restructuring coming to bear more. But as I said, it might not be in our favor. It will just be among those who we are still seeing as our problem. So again, I will advise us, instead of saying they are stupid, they are idiot, they don't know anything, Moko actually criticize them, say, come, these people, they are not actually stupid, they are not actually foolish, they are not actually idiots. Because foolish, stupid people know they drive Rolls Royce, they know they wear expensive suits, they know they say their children go abroad. So they will restructure the country in a way so that their children will come and actually fit in perfectly. So again, when to Nigeria, we have like yesterday's session with, they bring the idea of abundance. Yes, the abundance will come, but it's still not going to reach everybody, just as it is now. So when I listen to all of us, we have that conversation. Yes, I see. I surprised them say, "Oti, they reason along that line in a way, you know, that it has to be the structure and it's actually pointing it out." And again, that is the and earlier I told her, I said, it's actually going on already. Now we not just now we just know that conversation is actually happening. But now the pressure that we put, that's why I don't actually disagree with any other any faction out there who is pointing these grievances towards the government, because we need them. If I was talking to somebody yesterday privately, the day we know here about Biafra again, that's the beginning of their getting close to power. It is because the Biafra sound is still very loud. That's why it feels as if they have to consider them power, because that's another way of restructuring. We'll give them power. We'll just give them power so that at least the tension will die down. So all these things are possibilities, not necessarily what we fight on ourselves on the end every day. So I don't know. Maybe I'm off the, but that's my own view about how we go to achieve the cohesion.
All right, thank you.
Yes, the older
Thank
folks,
you,
but they will be gone.
What I didn't hear you clearly say, okay, this is what to be done for your people. I'm not talking about a Igbo smoker. I'm talking about people where you come from.
Yeah, with my people. Those states.
Where you come from, yes. What will be done for them that they'll be happy?
What's wrong with this? What they will
Because
do?
you have two nations now. You're from two nations.
AJ, his people don't have any need. The senator has solved all the problems.
On the most, you ask a very good question. As it is now, not just those who are managing our immediate resources, we then give them. I know they do it. We are not getting there. We are not being shortchanged in the Nigerian sector. Yes, and those states is not being shortchanged now.
But your senator is doing well. But you said your senator is doing well.
So we're leaving this argument here.
My point. He's talking about Edo State in general. Senator not just my this. He's talking about Edo State. We are not being shortchanged in the Nigerian question. Edo State is not being shortchanged in any way.
Okay.
Anybody can prove me wrong.
My brother, are you serious? My brother, are you serious? Where is Edo State in Nigeria question today? Where is Edo State? Stop deceiving yourself, my brother. Stop deceiving yourself.
Calm down.
What is Edo? Where are you doing in Nigeria listen today?
No, calm down.
Don't tell me this is how Edo is being shortchanged in the Nigeria question. Just tell me, point out one thing.
What is Edo bring from Nigeria? Let's be honest to ourselves. What's Edo bring from Nigeria?
That's why I say we are not being shortchanged. I mean, grammar would they speak now. So can somebody put it in a very we are not complaining the way Nigeria is. Now just say our leaders have be the question where like everybody gets.
So so we understand what Ovie is saying. Let's move on. Ovie is saying Edo people have a good handle of what's going on. So I jump all the way to go to.
I understand what you say, but for them they don't have anywhere even in Nigeria.
No, it's not for you to. It's not for you to say.
I
Now, it's for
know.
him. He's already here
Forget
now.
about what he's saying. That man, all the things he used to say, it don't have no meaning for me. Honestly speaking, I'm sorry to say that.
Okay.
That's why I say we are not being shortchanged as Nigeria. We don't ever say one come up for Nigeria once.
All right.
But we don't
Thank
ever
you.
hear that
Thank you.
from
Let's move on to Jago.
Hey,
Jago, welcome. Jago
first
have been
one.
here, and Jago has not spoken so far or interrupted anybody. So nobody should interrupt him while he makes his own conclusion. Please go ahead.
I will interrupt Brother Jago. I will interrupt Brother Jago when Brother Jago starts speaking.
He has not even started talking. You're already interrupting him. Why now?
I have enemies. What can I say? It's unfortunate. Keep your enemies close and the rest closer. Anyway, thank you very much, KJ. I have to congratulate everybody who was on the last show. I really do. I thoroughly enjoyed the show. I was out and I was listening. And I didn't want to come in. And to be honest, there was no real space or need. I think everyone conducted themselves extremely well. And everyone seemed to have things to say. That was teaching me. That was I enjoyed. And I give much kudos to Dominic for all of that, but all who was on that show. I thoroughly enjoyed you all. I don't know, KG, if you can give me some small direction as to what they're speaking about, because I've heard different things so far as I've come on your show. And
okay.
I want to take up something that Chim began with, and that's where I came in. That's where I started hearing what was going on.
First and foremost, what's wrong with your audio? Your audio is breaking.
Already,
your audio.
I apologize.
Yeah. Is there anything wrong with it? Because it's.
I think there is. I think there is something wrong with my audio. You're gonna have to bear with me. I'm sorry.
Okay. So, what is the question, sir?
I just wanted to get you to give me a small précis, apart from multiculturalism, which I understood from Chim, what the real subject is.
The real subject is on the way forward. There are many contradictions that are running in Nigeria, which you played the video at the beginning. One of which is that the Igbos were able to articulate what they feel is their problem, which is that they are not being carried along, they are not fully involved in the Nigerian project. Certain indices are so glaring that should be there, and it's not there, and nobody isn't bothering to listen to them. Then I also played a contradiction that comes from the north, wherein some group of northern elders said that they will never allow for the removal of Sharia from the constitution or otherwise, and they will go to any length to make sure that that can never be done. And then I also played another video of a guy who said that the oil in Bayelsa belongs to them.
Okay.
Yes.
I know that guy.
From the north. Okay. But now, why I played that also, you remember that some time ago, they actually stopped sending their food products to the south. They put an embargo that no food will go to the southern Nigeria, because they produce it. That's their own crop, for which majority of those things were wasted, and Buhari government paid them heavily for those crops they refused to move to the south. So these are the contradictions that are there. And my question to you is, do you think we can surmount all this? And if you think so, what is the best way that each region, each tribe or tongue will be taken care of in the Nigerian situation in a government called Nigeria? Or do you think we should just butcher the whole thing and everybody go and have their peace?
Okay, thank you very much for that. I hope my sound improves as I continue. This week, kind of starting my précis off in a negative way. This week, I've heard so much as everybody on so many issues concerning Nigeria, West Africa, Africa as a whole. and how the globe is looking at Africa, which is what I'm always concerned with. The whole situation in Benin and how it was looked upon, the more we found out, the more unscrupulous we may each see that kind of movement, especially given the threat from America and how Nigeria as a whole really, I think, has looked upon it negatively. I think there are those who are inviting the Americans to come in a way, but I think the majority, if I look at it right at all, are saying no to that action. And that same action, we as Nigerians, the giant of Africa, and all the rest of it, have done it upon Benin. For the sake of who? I have to ask myself, who is that for? Who is that working for? One. Look at the responses on a global basis, especially Western Europe and America. They look upon it as caution, but it seems it's being led by Europe, France particularly, which is quite different from how Americans see that kind of action. And then, again, our brothers who are outside of Nigeria, in Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger, they look at it as, what is Nigeria really up to? Many parts of Africa are looking at it as Nigeria is making an awful move. We are not for Nigeria. And the shame of it is, the many Nigerians that don't see that move as anything salient are also but their voices aren't really being heard. So Nigeria, again, is giving itself a bad name all around the world. One. We go on and we look at the peculiarities that were voiced on the last show, especially to do with Natasha. Now, I heard the argument between Chim and I think it was Olivier, I'm not sure, I think it was he, as to what's right and wrong about it. And the reason why I don't really like Nigerian politics is because it's so convoluted in so many spaces, but nobody's doing the right thing. So I can almost take one left hand and sweep everything off the table where Nigerian politics is concerned, and it will be nothing if everything crashes, because everything's already crashed. Everything seems to me already dump. It's a dump. How do you make sense out of this? And those who can make sense out of it somehow, are they to be applauded or to be or not to be? It is a big question, because I'm thinking anything that somebody can make work in a crazy political, idiotic, myopic position that Nigeria has put itself in, is that person a genius? Or is he just doing it wrong because nobody else is doing anything right? I mean, what kind of comparisons are we making? A lot of the time, nearly 99.9% of the time, the politics of Nigeria sounds to me like just rubbish, bullshit, nothing that anybody can really hold on to. You have to be a big man in order to get simple things done. That's not country. You don't give me that. Don't give it to me. I don't want it. It's rubbish. Anytime I look at what has happened over the last month or two where Nigeria is concerned, I throw it away. I can't really have it for myself. What happened to Nnamdi Kanu? I'm not a fan. Everybody does know that I'm not a fan of his. But what has happened to him, I just started to put me in that idiotic position and then say that this is a judgment against me. I mean, I would just want to bark at them and tell them all to go far away and walk out of that place because it's rubbish. Obviously, the force of arms won't allow me to do that. All I'm saying is that these things honestly don't make sense for me. The thing I liked very much about today's conversation, it was conducted extremely well, as I said, by every individual, as far as I heard. And further, it seemed that there was an organization. I don't know if you guys read your scripts carefully before you came on the show, but it seemed that there was some kind of organized way of conducting oneself that sense was being heard. And it's not easy to get sense of these shows that we do. I don't think it's easy. And I appreciated the sense, the communal way you spoke, even though sometimes you are opposed to each other's points of view. A lot of sense came out. And that gave me a bit of a lift in that can we really make a stretch of this? Can we really try and go forward because people are honest, even in their ignorance? Now, I put it to you guys in terms of a solution that I don't believe anything can go on in that place called Nigeria before it comes to a kind of stop. Nigeria has to come to a kind of stop. What kind of stop it is, I can't tell you. I remember understanding through spiritual means that COVID was coming. I knew 22 years before COVID was coming that COVID was coming. I didn't know it was COVID. I didn't know what it would look like. But I knew the whole world is going to have to stop for a while. So when it came and the whole world stopped, I knew exactly what was going on. Exactly. Day by day. People were rushing to me, panicking with all kinds of fears. I said, nah, man. Nah. This is just a test. They're going to see who of the public accepts rubbish and who doesn't. In England, in the UK, it was about 65 to 70% acceptance. So they know how soft or difficult it would be to manipulate England to anything that is scheduled for us in this near future, in this future that we are entering into. Now, the stop that I expect in Nigeria, or that I would like, not that I expect, that I would like in Nigeria, be it revolutionary, be it whatever, in order for the people to take certain power, it's going to be of the utmost importance to us, rather than voting for anybody. Rather than voting for anybody, Nigeria is still on the wrong trajectory. For all of us, is where we who disagree, this is where we find agreement. It's on the complete wrong trajectory. It's going in the way of the West and the Western powers. Still, at this late stage, we still need them. We still want them because we've decided that we can do this ourselves. Not only have we decided, but this is the state of play. The state of play suggests Nigeria is a defunct country and it can't really play the game. It can only play the game on a selfish basis. Even for the West, they don't appreciate the Nigerians playing the game. They'll like it to be slightly upgraded so it really does fit into their own mental feasibility studies on what it would look like. So given all this, we really, really, really have to take stock. And that's why I was encouraged by today's conversation. We have to take stock as a people. And we have to understand that we can't be squabbling what is right and wrong, because everything is wrong. If it's right, it's wrong. We have to start, my brother, we have to start again from the beginning. We have to really understand that we are the people that can bring solutions to the table. We have to believe in ourselves. We can't continue giving the same level of impunity and selfishness that our leaders have done since God knows how long. We have to take the bull by the horns. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Jagun. Okay, let's move on really quick. Mr. Tony, so far I followed the conversation, so I don't need to rephrase the question again. Do you think Nigeria can go forward from where we are with all the threats from the north, south, east, and west?
Greetings, everybody.
I've been listening, but just listening to news about Nigeria and the things that are happening has left me totally downcast. At some point, I decided to begin to reduce my participation in the platform because
you just took that off my mouth. Now I'm just thinking, sitting here, that maybe I should take a long break because it's not good for your mental health. Okay, go ahead.
Yes, but I think I'll just shoot straight. I don't think there's a basis for Nigeria to continue to exist as a country because if this, there's not even a country. If this were to be a business enterprise, it would have run aground. I think we're all deceiving ourselves. There is no basis from what we see every day. There's no basis for this country, for Nigeria to continue to exist. I'm sorry. I have always been optimistic. I've always hoped that somewhere along the line, there'll be a rising star. But what I see is that every little light that you see that is emerging is dimmed. People don't want to hear the truth in Nigeria. We know all the solutions. Even on this platform, we keep on articulating. Sometimes you listen to views, we don't even agree on even very basic things. The thing that I think that will be, if you look everywhere, whether from the government, the state, the local, there's hardly anything that you see that inspires you. Apart from individual brilliance that you see in Nigeria, the sparkle that they try to radiate. If you take that out of Nigeria, it doesn't exist. So I agree 100% with Brother Jabin what he said. I believe every day that the country that I grew up in, has turned out this way. I think we must begin to tell ourselves the truth. All these things about constitutional review, about electoral reform, I think for me is bunkum. You can't reform nothing in this kind of country. Nothing. Where you have a state governor that will support insurgents to go and kidnap and kill his people, where you have a minister that is in cahoots with insurgents to kill his people, where you can't even manage a common relationship. This incident with Burkina Faso, very simple thing that you can handle. The government is not transparent. It won't tell you the truth. You can't trust the government for anything. And you can't manage just this disagreement. You can't manage it. And you are ready to run errands for foreigners. If it's not for France, it's for America, it's for China, and so on and so forth, to the detriment of your people. You are inviting a foreigner, a foreign country, to come and teach you how to do your tax and so on and so on. Is it free? Are you not going to pay them? You are going to finance your budget with money every time. You are going to borrow money to finance budget. You have continued on this trajectory for years. You don't learn nothing. Massive corruption. You speak the truth, you are in trouble. You look at the judiciary, you can't find a reprieve. You look at the legislature, you can't get good laws. You look at your ambassadorial nominations, you just shake your head. Are this the best that you can have to speak, not for the president, but for the country? You look at sports. What area? What you look at the military. You just don't leave. You look at the schools, and then you begin to wonder. Those of us who are out are probably lucky, but you look at those who are in Nigeria. What kind of country is this where they will raise their children? What kind of country is this? What kind of country is this? We must begin to tell ourselves the truth. So when I look, I don't know. I'm totally, honestly, I'm beginning to get to a situation where I want to ask that, maybe we should just go our various ways. Maybe Maybe because this thing is not working. At this age, we're talking about Sharia or no Sharia. We're talking about I own the oil, I don't own the oil. I don't understand this anymore. And I think that I was looking at I'm sorry, I want to take this out of the realm of politics. I was looking at a pastor preaching to his congregation. He was wearing a skirt. This is a man. He was wearing a skirt and a lady's shoe, standing before his congregation and preaching. I was just looking at him and I was shaking my head. And there are people listening to him. Now you may say, well, you can dress any way you want, but no. As a Christian, there are certain things you shouldn't do. And so what kind of mentoring is this? So you look everywhere, left, right, and center. You don't see hope. You don't see hope. You don't see hope. And it's a shame that this is a self-inflicted punishment. This is self-inflicted. It's not God that is punishing Nigeria. It's that we chose to just run this country this way and to run it aground, where this daughter of a president will go to a state to go and cause confusion and defile the culture of the people, where the wife of a president will go and shout down a serving governor elected by the people. These are people who don't have positions. These are people who are not elected. And everything just goes on fine. Where a brigadier general who has spent years, not that the lives of all the people who have died don't matter, but a brigadier general will die in situations where up till today we don't know what happened, and he's killed the way he's killed, and business is going on as usual, nothing. Imagine if that were to be your brother or your father, and you see him displayed, someone who has gone to fight for the country and is captured, and he made attempts. There were issues that we don't understand what happened, and he's captured, and the wife and the children are looking at their dad just right down there, and then executed summarily, and nothing happened. And you call this a country? Somebody is locked up, retired, because he did the right thing in the military. Nothing happens. Somebody is killed because some people don't like his face in a plane crash. This country has gone very, very bad. In fact, there's no country anymore. We lost it. And at this stage, KJ, I don't know what else to say about Nigeria. I just feel like everybody should just go. I'm sorry if I'm being pessimistic, but this level of pessimism is just because of the things that you hear every day. They don't encourage you. They don't give you hope.
Tony, let me say this. We were in a meeting, International Committee on Nigeria, and it was kind of shocking for me that it was the Americans. They are even making sense more than the Nigerians, who were more concerned about semantics. It's not really a Christian genocide. What you are seeing is more complex. These are the language, more complex than what it is. It's not as simple as you see it. And you see, these people are looking at us as stupid because you could see it on their face that they are saying to themselves, "Are you guys okay? What is complex about whether they are Christians or Muslims? What nonsense are you talking about? These people's life, whether they are, why do you concern yourself about the number and how many? Okay, the thing we are concerned about is that people are dying, and for no reason whatsoever. Whatever reason you canvass is not enough for your country or for the people or the government to be complacent. That's what they keep saying. So when we come with that argument that look, it's not as easy as you say it. It's not that straightforward. It's not a clear-cut line. You may do more damage to people than the people are asking you. So what is your solution? then the same. We'll go back to the same argument. You see, Nigeria is made up of Christians and Muslims, and you cannot just cut through the cheese like that. What is your solution? So you don't have a solution. We'll give you a solution. That's what is happening now. And you see, one of the questions that came up also is that how come that your efforts was so quick to get to Benin, and they're not so quick to get to Sambisa Forest or where these things are happening? How come you're able to pick out exactly what to do? And like an a pilot was saying, it's even difficult to maneuver because by the time you are taking off, depending on where you're taking off, you may even be overshooting the country because it's small. So what is
why is ECOWAS also not, why is ECOWAS not interested in Guinea-Bissau? Why Benin? Why Benin? Why, if they're serious about not liking military coup or whatever, Nigeria has just made itself is like a harlot, so anybody can just come and have their way, and then dump you, and anybody can call you anything, disgrace country, anybody can say anything, anybody can, coming to Nigeria, whether you are insurgent or anything, do whatever you want to do, seize territory, kill people, nothing happens, and everybody is like business as usual, and people are left. Oti is asking me a question here, which way, what do we do? I think everybody should go his own way. I feel so. Everybody should just go. There's no country.
Mr. Tony, even you are saying before, a country where a governor is elected, what is important to that governor is saying, I will give president 1 million vote, I will give president 10 million vote, as if that one is a user, as if it's an imbecile. You are people that you are supposed to take care of. You're not taking care of them. You're not even thinking of them. You're not thinking of, I will give the president 100 million votes. That's your own problem. That's the problem that you're elected.
Okay,
oh my
Tony,
God.
then, Tony.
Okay, let me say this. Ronnie Moore, the congressman, said, use the language that I myself have seen before. He said, looking at the woman in the IDP camp who's lost 5 people before her 5 children were died right in front of her and her husband. So looking at her, you can see that she doesn't even have life. Even though she's looking at you, you can see that the life is not there. She's somewhere else.
Her soul has
In
gone
other
out of
words,
her.
yeah, she's at the highest level of trauma where you don't know whether you're living on Earth or you're living in space.
You're right.
Just there. And that's how many of us in Nigeria are, especially those people from those localities, whether they are Christians or whether they are Muslim, it does not matter. The question is that the people are suffering greatly. And then, hold on, and I'll come with you. That's the question I wanted to ask. Now we are told that these people were not Nigerians. So if they were not Nigerians, why are we hesitating to deal with the issue?
Are you asking me?
Go ahead.
So,
yes.
To me, I think listening to Tony, I agree with him, and it's not. I've been saying it anyway that Nigeria, we don't have a country, so it's not something that is new to me. It's not news to me. So the question really is now, what do we do? How do we get to the point? How do we end it all? So that is really what the conversation should be about. If we cannot, it cannot be saved. Moreover, even those who are not making the point Tony is making, everybody agrees that it's not sustainable. So, but if we come to the point that it's gone for good, so the question becomes, how do we do it? I mean, that's really should, instead of beating about the bush, all this kind of, and maybe we have too many examples of the indices of failure, a failed state. That's what you're saying, and many people will agree with you. So the question becomes, what do we do? I mean, are we waiting for a conflagration? Is that what we're waiting for, or can we somehow manage to bring it to a smooth, if one can use that word, and yeah, at least that's the thing. That's what we should be thinking about. Instead of all this kind of moaning and bemoaning and crying and
No. Okay, I just wanted to say as to Tony's questions, I felt every word you said. It seems to me you're somebody who has had belief, and then you find out that the truth is that there's actually no God. What trauma that is in itself. That's the pain of your voice in what you had to say. And that's what I felt this week for the first time, which is why I started the way I began, to say that realistically, nobody in Nigeria really believes that there's anything called Nigeria anymore. And this whole thing called Biafra, the thing that I'm against, not because of the energy that said we want to get out of Nigeria, no, not because of that. Pettily, it might be because of the name itself. I don't like it for reasons that it's not Nigerian, not African. And then secondly, I believe just like the northern states, it's another arena of Nigeria's biggest issue. So now I come to the point where is it that everybody is really going? Is it really coming to an end? If Nigeria comes to an end, Africa is gone. The job that we have to do as part of our remit as Black people, Africa.
All right.
So
thank you.
I'm Tony. I'm just asking you to.
Thank you. Your audio. We need to work on your audio. Okay. Your audio is.
If I go out and come back in, would you bring me back in, please?
Yes,
okay.
I'll bring you back in. Yeah. Okay. All right. Two brain cell. Two Niger, one brain cell. You're welcome.
Yes, sir.
And I also see Revolution is here. AY is also out. Thank you.
Thank you, KJ. Nice suit as usual, and thanks for bringing me in.
Thank you.
And also thank you, Master, for sacrificing your place and letting me come in. Hello to everybody. I was actually listening to my brother Chims up there. This is why I decided to come in, and it's an issue that we've discussed before. And I guess we've agreed to disagree. It's about the scoring issue in education. I will get back to that because as more people started speaking, I started hearing other positions that had me very interested. As for, first of all, let me start like this. The video that you played, KJ, those people that claim to be Northern elders, not discounting their opinion or their position and not agreeing to it, but who is a Northern elder and why do they have authority to speak on such issues? I bring that up because I think we got to be careful in Nigeria. It seems, even with all the bad things that happen in Nigeria, and sometimes good things, but there's always news emanating out of Nigeria. I think sometimes it's like there's a slow news day. And why do I say there's a slow news day? Because it's like we tend to give voices that should be ordinarily ignored. We tend to give them reverence and we tend to give them some form of visibility when all their opinions should, under normal circumstances, be discarded. The reason why we have a person or persons like FFK and Renaud Mokri right now being possibly confirmed by the Senate as ambassadors is because of this kind of issue, where people whose voices should be drowned and discarded and not even paid attention to, not adhered to, they are promulgated. We allow their voices to be reverberated in society. These kind of people, we shouldn't even listen to them. So a Northern elder said, you want Sharia, whatever. let it be in his abyss and let him just listen to it with his own people. We shouldn't be promoting things like this. Now, to Tony, while I understand why people like yourself are despondent about Nigeria and don't see any hope in it, and also to Oti, right? I will take the opposite side because, in my opinion, I think I know well enough to understand that a breakup of Nigeria would be detrimental not only for Nigerians, it would also be detrimental for Africans and the Black race as a whole. And in as much as I've said that, because listen, for one, the same people are going to become the ruling class. The ruling class we have right now, more than likely, are going to be the ruling class in whatever breakaway republics we have. So I will wager a bet that we will, in these breakaway republics or these new republics, will have the same problems. Now, does Nigeria need some sort of restructuring or some sort of reset? Absolutely. This is why, in my opinion, I've always proposed a weaker center, regionalism, and autonomy for those regions, more autonomy, and the federal government, the Senate should be more involved in taxation, defense of the country, and things of that nature, oversight of the smaller governing entities. Back to what I was saying about we shouldn't pay people too much attention. And this goes into the next point I want to make. Another problem we have in Nigeria is there's no deterrence. And when we do have deterrence, sometimes it tends to be, or at least people could look at it like that, it tends to be one-sided or lopsided, maybe based on your tribal affiliation or your political leaning. In the case of the recent case, Nnamdi Kanu, of course, certain people think it's tribal. In the case of Sambo Dasuki, which I've also referenced here, oftentimes people say it was because of politics. A nation shouldn't be run like that. Not saying Nigeria is an anomaly, it does happen everywhere else, but maybe we need more equity and justice like Chim's position was. And now this leads me to where I said, we shouldn't be paying people too much mind. Take, for example, a person like T.Y. Danjuma. Today, T.Y. Danjuma is a proponent for civilians arming themselves because of this so-called threat that is happening to his people. Now, I call it so-called, not saying it's not happening, but the reason I call it so-called is because T.Y. Danjuma is one of the people that has led Nigeria into the precarious situation it finds itself today. This man is a military officer, but his wealth is enormous. Are we trying to say if we calculated or an audit was done on how T.Y. Danjuma became stupendously wealthy, it will tally with all his military benefits? I think all 10 of us on here will say and give a resounding no answer. So people like that, again, there's no deterrence. They have the effrontery to come out and pretend now to be saints in the Nigeria that they, with their own hands, destroyed. They continue pitting the poor and the rich against, the poor and the poor against each other. Finally, to what actually did bring me up here, which was Chim's position about the scoring in schooling. While again, I understand that there should be justice, there should be equity, there should be fairness in the way any society is run, and this is how you get a well-organized and properly run society. We have to understand that there are certain aspects of Nigeria that need boosting. Part of this are the uneducated, of which the North makes up a huge and overwhelming huge chunk of. Is it fair that a person like Tim scored well and then someone that scored lower was made to go forward, or people that scored lower were meant to go forward in his place? Absolutely not. This is where the reorganization of Nigeria needs to come in. But we also have to understand that if we do say, as things are right now, because even if Nigeria breaks away, the North being on the border of the South will still be a problem if things like undereducation, infrastructure, poverty are not alleviated. It'll be a problem. It's not going anywhere. So you can't put a hungry man in the front on the lawns of a rich man. Eventually, he's going to try to break in.
They'll have to jump a high wall.
I
Or they'll jump, or they'll jump a high wall, right?
Can
Yes,
I ask
sir.
you a question? I speak the truth.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Can you tell me one institution in Nigeria that is working well? One.
None. Absolutely none. Absolutely none. We all agree on this.
So where do we start the rebuilding from when they will not even agree to sit down for a discussion?
Well, okay, so this is, and now this leads me, without taking too much time, because I think there's other people that would like to speak. Now, this leads me to where I said there has to be some form of deterrence under normal circumstances. And this is why I mentioned people like T.Y. Danjuma. Under normal circumstances, if the universe was to be fair to Nigeria, people like T.Y. Danjuma, IBB, OBJ, all these people that led to the destruction of Nigeria. And these are not the only people. I'm just mentioning people that were at the head, because I could also throw in Uzo Kalu and other people, right? And even if you want the present president of Nigeria, because you have to explain your wealth, right? If karma was real and the universe was to play a part, all these people are supposed to live their last days in prison for what they have caused to Nigeria, for the death. Okay. Too many people have died in Nigeria, directly or indirectly, based on these people's actions.
Okay.
You want me to stop? Okay, I'll stop.
Yes, please stop.
All right,
stop,
no
stop.
problem.
All right, thank you so much.
No problem.
I think we have had a very useful discussion. Now, as we round up, I'll give each person 2 minutes to tell us the way forward. Don't bother to go into long. Oh, sorry, Revolution. I can see you. I will come to you. I will start from you. I'll give you more time because I'm not going to come back again to you. Okay, so you get more time, but you get only 2 minutes. I want you to not you now, Revolution. Every other person. I want you to deal with what you think. Do you think confederation is the way forward? Do you think a breakup is the way forward? Do you think a national discourse where every tongue, every tribe will come into and give their own perspective? And by every tongue and every tribe, I mean that if you are 5 in your tribe, the tribe of that tribe, you put it down and get one person. You understand? I don't want to go any trust. I'm not accused of anything. You get one person to come to that discussion who will articulate everything that you people have done, as thought about it, as to way forward, and then present it on your behalf, so that we can get somewhere. And I don't agree with the fact that there's going to be a change. You cannot say you are educationally disadvantaged for 50. We're getting 60 years now. You're still educationally disadvantaged, and it's still happening. It doesn't. There's no nation that goes forward that way. There's no nation. We cannot be counting, look at where we are for crime. Are you guys not ashamed? The moment you begin to descend into Nigeria once you drop at the airport, the smell that comes from Murtala Mohammed at the airport. Remember when once Nigeria went to import those cows from Holland, and as soon as they dropped them on Murtala Mohammed, they ran mad. You put this, they all ran mad. In fact, you see, the environment they are coming from, vis-a-vis what they saw, I'm sure was too much of a cultural shock for them. You know, so what I simply say in essence is this: we can't continue the same way we are going and expect a different outcome. So in 2 minutes, you tell me what you think, and then that's your conclusion. Yeah, Almefna.
See, KJS, thank you. What I wanted to say is what Tuna just said about education equality. Listen, there is nobody in Nigeria that stopped the North people not to be educated. And then not being educated, I should not pay that price for them. If they want to go, and Nigerians did not stop nobody to go to school. Then when I go to school, I score 350 mark, and somebody who scored 150 will get to university, and I will not make the cut-out mark. What are you talking about? Anybody that I cannot use your brain, God gave each and every one of us the brain to think, and I cannot think and go to school and pass my exams. You are telling me no, I have to leave for somebody else to take my place. Not even taking my place, but he scored a lower mark. Well, in which country do you see such a thing happening? What are you talking about? Why do people not want to be honest to themselves? No part of Nigeria has stopped anybody from going to school. Most of them enjoy free education. We Igbos, we never enjoyed free education. Most of these people you are talking about, they are giving free education, but they refuse to go to school. I was listening to the interview of the chairman of PDP. He went to free education from primary school to university level.
With bursary, not with bursary.
With bursary. He was saying it on national television. And you're telling me that my parents is suffering, selling fruit on the street of my village. That when I go to school to pass exam, you're telling me that I should not go because I want to carry the northern people along. What kind of nonsense story is that? If they don't want to go to school, that's their business.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Alamefla. I too suffered that. I didn't get a bursary. I applied till I left all the schools I did. They never gave me any federal bursary. There was no reason why they're not giving. I had a very high score, but I didn't get it. You know what? All that's gone by now. Yes, revolution.
Respect again to everybody. Thank you for another opportunity. I've been listening, and all of you brought out all the solutions that can make a dead nation rise up. All of you, I know you are very educated people. That's why I always call upon you people to lead the fight to rescue Nigeria. It's not just becoming a very educated. People go to school to make changes. I'm saying this for those who think that I'm an anti-intellectual or I'm always hammering on this thing all the time. I believe that people went to school to make a change. And we have a lot of you guys in that country who are highly educated, doing well in foreign countries, being placed in high positions. If you want to, let me speak like Pitobi. When you go to Singapore and Malaysia, if you follow their history, most of them went abroad like we are today, got the education, and went back home to repair their country. Why are we not doing that instead of coming every time, telling us the solution, do this, we complain, like my senior brother just finished. How can you blame an Igbo man for scoring big points? And then they bring an Hausa man or Fulani to take the position of, all these things are painful. But we already know this right from time. I heard you said somebody changed his name to an Hausa name to be able to survive in that country. We have heard this. The question now is, we have the solutions. Everybody knows the solution. But nobody wants to take that giant leap to bring out all these fantastic solutions to light. Let me go back to my senior brother those days, Fela Nicola Pokuti. Nobody wants to die. Nobody wants to this. That is the only way we can bring... I don't believe in the breakup of Nigeria at all. It is possible, like most people will think, oh, the Igbos will go their way, Yoruba go their way. These are things they call easier said than done. We will say it because it's probably one of the solutions. If we break up, it will be easier. to handle the country. That's our way. But look at America. I don't know how many states they have there, 51 or 50 something states. But because of the education level of America, they are living together. You understand? They stay together, find a solution that works. They're not breaking up. They are one United States of America. Together, Nigerian can lead the whole Africa black world. But we are now trying to, because of cowardice, you see people like Jonathan, no, the life of Nigeria is not worth dying. How many people have died since that man left office? If he had pointed out or arrested those Boko Haram people he said was in his cabinet, we will not be where we are today. Nobody wants to take the bull by the horn. We have the solutions. We don't want to do it. My senior brother, my leader, Showore, who has told Nigeria what to do, they will go and start from local government, go and do this. A simple, good, organized protest can change that country. If we come out, not when Showore call for protest, before even announce finish, Igbo will not join, the educated class will not join, this Showore self with a full protest in that country of about ordinary 400,000 people cover the street of Nigeria. All these things when they talk will come to light. Because these people holding us down that me and you know, stealing our money, they are more afraid than us. But this man said it now, waiting with that brother name, where they campaign now for ADC, Amechi. He said the thing where they take do us this thing, we say, they do us something with no reaction. We don't do nothing. You understand me? So all the solution we want to give today are just the happy. They say, now this man, they talk better thing. But can we summon the courage and the bravery to come out and say, okay, and I want the educated elites in Nigeria to lead this fight. Because when they get this revolution, now go occupy those positions. We go fit, make this country move forward. Not be somebody like me now, where no go school, they go say, make I come become Minister of State. What thing I go do there? I can't do anything there. Now we go to school, go fit take those, occupy those positions, and una know what to do because you have been trained educationally to handle those type of things. So these solutions una they give here, they sweet me, but I they beg una we go school, we read and well, lead this revolution that we are talking about. It will not cost anything if we cover the street of Nigeria. 1 million people come and say, led by the educated Nigerians. They not go kill anybody. But not the same when they call for protest, only 200 people go come out. They go just tell some kind of hungry soldiers, fire gun, make we see whether they no go run. You know watch the last one now. Even my man, all of them they run. Because how many them be? So for me, there's hope in Nigeria. But you educated people have to lead that protest or revolution. All we need is to cover the street of Nigeria and they will leave that place. Thank you one more time for the opportunity.
KJ, can I take my 2 minutes? And then respond to what
sorry, Chim.
I just wanted to respond to what revolution.
No. I also have some people backstage, so
then I'll be gone.
Let me go. Okay, thank you very much. I'll be listening to your response.
Thank you, sir.
I'll just go and then respond. I'll be gone.
Let him come in so that then after that we can come to you. Master, you're welcome.
Thank you, KJ. Well done.
All right. So my own little summary is: I think we know what Nigeria needs to be done. What needs to be done in Nigeria for us to move forward. Like I said earlier, there's no system where there are no internal contradictions or tensions. It's a normal thing within every society. Even in families, there are tensions, there are contradictions. I just believe that our leaders, okay, I've made the mistake. They're not our leaders. The people who occupy political office and who are privileged, they like. Sorry, say that again.
Our rulers.
I won't even call them rulers.
Well,
Our oppressors. I think they know what the right thing to do is. Not how is it, how difficult is it that we live in a multicultural society, and you know that in that multicultural society people are going to be mutual suspicions, and then to say, okay, to show that I am not for one side, I'm the leader now, I will make sure that the best, because I'm not just saying pick people from the different regions to run, but pick the best, so that at least while you have tried to show a balance, you also have the right candidates and persons to run the system. How difficult is that? How difficult is it to say, okay, listen, I understand that there is a part of this country where, to some extent, not that they are educationally disadvantaged, they are not educationally disadvantaged. That word is wrong to say, because who disadvantaged who? Nobody disadvantaged anybody. But to say there are people who are educationally not up to par, we will try and give them some opportunities to bring them up, but we will not, in the process of doing that, deny people who deserve to get into. How difficult is that? How difficult is it to simply create for the good governance of the country? We have, and every time I say this, some people come here and they try to, but it's a fact. The only functional seaport, when I mean functional, I mean really functional up to optimum, is the Lagos seaport. How difficult is it to say, okay, there is a Warri, let's bring it up to par, so that Warri is also, optimally helping us generate, and then people can go through it to send their goods and services. Put it there. If there is one in Ondo, put it there. If there's another one in Onne, go and do it in River State. How difficult is that? Are those things? These are very basic common sense. So, but I struggle when I see our political so-called oppressors not doing what is proper for the country. And that brings me to my earlier comment when I said, when these people get into office, they're not looking for the greater good. They're not being reasonable. How difficult is it to say passport offices, functional passport offices, somebody in Enugu doesn't have to come down to Lagos to get his passport. Put one there, let it function. Put one in Port Harcourt, let it function. Put one in Kano, put one in Abuja, put one in Lagos. And if we discover that Ibadan needs one, put it there. So that people don't risk someone who wants to get a passport will be crisscrossing the entire length and breadth of that country to get a passport. How difficult is that? I don't understand why those things are so difficult, because I sit in the confines of my room and fill a form and I get a passport. So why are you punishing Nigerians? So I think for me, these are the things to do. And then I'll end by trying to speak to what Revolutionary said earlier when he said Singaporeans, Malaysians, and all these other countries send their citizens to go study. They complete their studies and they go home. True. There was a time that it was like that with Nigerians. Nigerians go abroad to the UK. Maybe out of every 100% that went, 70 will go home. Maybe 30% might stay back. It was happening. We know it happened. But now it's no longer happening that way. When people leave, they leave. But you know what? There has to be something attracting you back home. It's not easy to just say, finish your study and go home. Singaporeans actually made a law when they were trying to educate their civil servants. They sent them a lot to Harvard, Cambridges, and Oxford. And they told those people, as soon as someone is finishing his degree, put him in the next flight back home. And they went home and they developed Singapore. So the Singaporeans actually have no reason to go into the diaspora. They have no reason. There's no catch for them there. They stay home. And if anybody from Singapore desires an education in the Western world, you will see him as he's dropping his pen, he's running into the next flight. He's going home because he knows that there are opportunities there waiting for him. So until we have those kinds of things, you can't make the argument that somebody who is trying to feather their nest should just leave it and then leave the opportunities they probably will get there and then run back home into a rabbit hole they're not sure if they will survive it. That's just the honest truth.
All right, thank you, bro. Thank you. All right, Oti.
Yes, hi. I think I have some minutes, but I just try and I talk fast anyway. So now no solution is gonna be easy. Okay. If I pick up from from what Revolution Now said, okay, yes, he doesn't support the breakup of Nigeria because it's not gonna be easy. I agree. Not even is the revolution he's talking about, is it gonna be easy? Neither. Because to make this change, a positive change, any way you want to cut it, a renewal or whatever, it's not going to be easy. There's so many reasons for that. No, but at least some solutions or some attempts can be easier than others. Now, why I would say confederation, a loose federation, at least for a start, should be a preferable option. The reason is this. Now, because at least let's go and think about breaking up with our country. So what happens to people's investments in various parts of the country? And then the issue of maybe Nigeria, Africa, maybe losing the opportunity of a great nation, a leader in Africa and in the world. So, but with confederation, at least the various regions, various nations can really pursue their own development and follow their destiny. Equally, that possibility of having a great nation will still be there, because it's as good as you are doing your own thing, but also having the advantage, of kind of like reciprocal cooperation, mutual support and assistance, and the bigness of it. So that will be there with a confederation. You see, but then let's look at this. You see, the problem, what we're dealing with is this. I don't know if any of you listened to what Professor Pat, what's his name again? This political economist,
Tony.
That's correct. Yes. So that was what he's talking about. And this is, if you think really, you find out that this is really what is going on. I'll give, maybe I illustrate the point with just one example. This thing, stupidity, because even Chim kind of hinted at that, that is unreasonable. Human beings are not reasonable. Human beings don't behave rationally, even, when it comes to their own self-interest. Now, because you ask yourself, these things that are quite plain, we call it common sense, but people that have power and the responsibility to do the right thing, they don't do it, because, well, for the moment, they have the power. They think they can do whatever I want to do. But it's sheer stupidity, human stupidity. That's what is at work. Now, for example, okay, in the country Nigeria, multi-ethnic, we have very different states, and now as simple as that. You can think it's simple, it's nothing. We just talk about it, but one state has 4 to 5 ministers, and then a region, comprising of 5 states have equal number of ministers, 4 or 5. So now somebody, making this decision, what is going on in their mind? It is simple now, but it shows you a kind of a lack of, no self-reflection, no regard. That's stupidity, and this is what brings disaster. Because all these small things that are happening, people do it, and because we can get away with it. I'm a powerful man, I'm in a powerful position, but at some point things to get to a head. So no solution is gonna be easy, and the ease of it, or the kind of if we're looking for simple easy solutions, no. When we say revolution, what happens after the day after the revolution? What happens? Okay. So yeah, that's, thank you. I think at least a gradual, if like decentering, Good night, guys. That it gives us affords us the opportunity to make a peaceful change. Thank you. Everybody.
All right, thank you so much, Tony.
It's me.
Who?
It's me. Concerns.
Oh, okay. Concerns. Sorry.
Yeah.
Concerns. Go ahead. I can't see you.
Okay.
Okay.
You see, the Nigerian problem. If somebody say to disintegrate is a problem, or if we disintegrate, other nations will suffer. Nobody's going to suffer. No country brings from Nigeria, and Nigeria is not built from any country. These are just so lies people come and tell each other. Nobody's going to suffer in another country. Every country minds its own problems. That is one. 2, there is red flag. When you see people are threatening others, continuously threatening others, continuously killing others, continuously doing it in the name of religion or in the name of any nonsense. And when you see the military are compromised, police are compromised, when you see the government itself is compromised, the government is drinking blood of people more than anything, that country can never survive. When you see there's no peace, no honesty in everything they're doing, really, I'm very glad this night, thank Mr. Tony for spelling out all these things. When you see all these things, it's even when I see like Showere, like Dere Faro to me, whom I respect so much. When after talking, they say they believe in Nigeria. I used to ask myself, these people have wisdom at all? With all this nonsense happening in Nigeria, you still believe in Nigeria? Where did this belief come from? Because your tribe is in position, your tribe is gaining. But forgetting that one day it will explode. Because even that your tribe, you just see people that are still enjoying, others are not. Okay, when you go to any country that is progressive, you will see it there. This Malaysia they're talking about, I've been in Malaysia, I've been in Singapore, I've been in Japan, I've been in many other countries. All these things you see is happening that never happened. That 1% of what is happening doesn't happen in that place. It's not that they are perfect, but at least there is job for people. In a country like Nigeria, you see people, one person is driving 50 cars. Some people are giving patronage to do other things they want to do, any contract, anything, and others are suffering. One person have the money of more than one village, one local government, one this. He didn't got the money from business. He got the money from the money he stole from the government, and nothing happens to him. There was a time the accountant general, how much he stole, and nothing happens to him. He's not even in jail. It's not nothing. So when you look at all these things, you come to tell me that the country will work. One, the foundation is not good. Two, they said the British made us to be their private enterprise. If the British made us to be their private enterprise, why are we still together? Why are we still allowing the British to manipulate us and make us the private enterprise? If we can divide, that would. But again, if we divide, doesn't mean that if I have a problem, if I have a property what they call in Lagos or in Ibadan, that property goes. And again, why are we talking about property every time? Is it not better for us to have life than property? This killing that are going on in Nigeria today, if these things continue, and it's going to continue, because the people who are sponsoring these people are not being arrested. Now, some people are, the most of the terrorists are saying government to do them, they're going to do that. You see, so all these things happening. Where do you think that, for example, for more than 60 years we have been together, we have not, everybody, when you ask somebody, what is good, what is really working in Nigeria? Nobody can tell you what is working in Nigeria. So even if we stay 1 million years again, nothing is going to work. If there's no solution, there's nothing. The government is not even bringing out anything that can say the country will work. The citizens cannot protest today. In Lagos, you cannot protest. When you protest, Yoruba said, why you can't protest here? When Buhari was ruling, he didn't protest. So what if yesterday I asked that question? If another person from another tribe comes to rule, let's say somebody from Fulani today or somebody from Kanuri comes to rule and he does whatever he like, and the one you want to protest, Kanuri people say he cannot protest. So where is the what will others do? So that is the problem. If the country you have this to protest, you can the environment for you to protest is better, but now you cannot protest. How do you fight the government? There's no way you can fight the government. Even I said yesterday is that in this democracy we are running, it's a wicked democracy because one, whatever they do to you, you can't shout. If you shout, the international community say, by the way, they have democracy. But if it is totalitarian, if it's a military ruling, military regime, yeah, when you shout, the international community say, yes, these people are being subjugated, these people are being killed by the military. But this one, we are having a civilian regime which is worse than the military regime. The civilian regime today we have is worse, 100 times more than the civilian regime. And even the time the military we are ruling, we are protesting. The time the military we are ruling, things infrastructures were being done everywhere, but today nothing. So anybody who comes and tells me that the country will work out, the best thing for us to do is this: coming together, we cannot come. Do this. Let the people who are in position of power If they have brain, let them say it's not good for us to divide under war, under fighting. That's where problem comes in. But if they can say, let us come together and have a referendum, whether we are going to stay together or not. If people decide they have to stay together, fine. Then they have to bring out, everybody have to bring out his own, this is how we are going to move on. But like this, even if we stay, I was watching one Emmanuel, or it's a Yoruba priest, a Yoruba this thing. The man said the foundation of Nigeria cannot, with the way it was funded, it cannot work. And then what even he was saying it in I think in what channel or what? Yes, he was the interview they make him. He said, "Let me tell you, there's no way this country can move forward. Whatever you do, all these things that do is patch. Who in Nigeria when you are growing up can believe that somebody like Tinubu can rule Nigeria today? It's not by election, it's by crook and these people say it's only we want. If that there's a good election in Nigeria, somebody good can rule. But today, what you see, there are many things in Nigeria. One, you cannot have good election in Nigeria. Any election done in Nigeria today is by crook. And people will find there is crook. People can say people in the south or people in the south, they cannot have they have senators, but you do not have those people coming to become senators. Even those in the north, many of them don't have elections. Many of them don't no vote there. It's only when that day see their names coming out. So if the people you want are not being given the opportunity to rule you, how do you think that thing can move forward? Nothing can move forward. So let us, as I said earlier before, where criminals are ruling, there is no justice in that place. And these criminals continue to multiply by the day. Thank you very much, for Dr. Mr. KJ, for giving this opportunity.
Thank you so much. I deliberately left you to do 5 minutes because I've not spoken for a long time.
Yeah.
Okay. Who is the next person? Because I don't know who comes.
It's Jago. I think it's Jago.
It's Jago, right?
Yeah, after Jago is me.
Okay. Go ahead, Jago.
Guys, again, man,
But Jago,
I really feel. Sorry, my sound.
Better.
Thank you.
As
Okay, that's good.
No, I have not spoken, but I intend to give.
I think AJ don't want me.
We can forget about it myself.
You know, I'm here before Jago.
Okay, I didn't know
before
that.
we have.
I know you don't want me to speak, but it's okay. Anytime, anytime you want me to speak, I'm ready.
You see, that's what we do in Nigeria. You have an assumption that is very incorrect.
Because you saw me here now, because you know, even before you brought me in, I was here to actually celebrate your suit. I wanted to request for them because they are beautiful.
No, but Jago was here before you. His audio was bad, and I asked him if he goes out, I'll bring him back in.
Okay, let him continue. Right? No problem, no problem.
And I even asked who was the next person. You
I
didn't
can
say
be the last person, KJ. I don't have problem.
Well,
put me on the last on the list. No,
not a problem. All right, Jago, go ahead, sir.
I'm listening to my teachers. You know, everybody is speaking well. You know.
Thank you all. Man, very interesting, man. Very, very interesting today was. Let me start from where I finished the last time. I'm sorry if you didn't hear all of what I had to say, but I think it resonated with what Tony was saying after me, which was, we've really come to a point where if as men we don't realize that our nation is going down the pothole fast and there is no one apart from ourselves who can save this. Nobody on this earth. No Americans, no Australians, no British, no Europeans, no Middle Easterns, no Chinese or Japanese, no one apart from us. We have to take the bull truly by the horns. We have to face the danger that we should have faced in the 1960s, 70s, 80s, 90s. It's a collective thing. We have to really come together and indeed do have a referendum, do have a conversation amongst ourselves, do put things down that says that 2027 is a no-go as far as any election is concerned. We are stopping, and we're stopping here. And we are going to take the next 3 years to reorganize Nigeria. And this is how we're going to do it. And that's what I say. Now, such a suggestion like that could be violent, but it doesn't need to be if it's articulated properly, if it's planned properly. It doesn't need to be. What Revolution said was for 1 million to come out. Those are the kind of numbers that we need. Those are the kind of numbers. We don't need really any less than that. We don't need any less than that. It's not going to work with any less than that. We need at least 1 million to come out. At least. We need to take the country's power back in our hands. We don't need any more years of Tinubu and the confusion that he's laying out. We don't need any more years of the Senate that doesn't work. We don't. We don't. We don't need any more years. We don't need any more years of a criminal court system. No. No. And unless we really understand these things, we're not going to move. We are not going to move. My suggestion is that if the country doesn't break up in a horror show, which it can easily do, and a horror show in Nigeria is a horror show for Africa. The split out, imagine the next largest country by population to us is Ghana, 35, 37 million to 250 million. We will just pour countries like Togo, Benin, we'll just pour into those countries trying to run away. We'll pour all over the place, straight to Senegal, into Mauritania, people rushing to Morocco for a better lifestyle. You know, it's just going to be the most bloody, disgusting thing globally. I'm not sure if you guys are aware of certain levels of socioeconomics, where between Nigeria, Lagos in particular, and Abidjan, this is set to be the most populous arena in the world over the next 50 years. Because everything in terms of business is going to be coming from that shore. Everything. The cities of Lagos, Lome, uh, uh, Cotonou, Accra, Abidjan, all these cities are supposed to be the most functioning cities in the world, that they have to be, in terms of just the trade that is coming and leaving that area. That's what it's set to be. Many of us don't look at these future predictions that we have on population and what the population should mean. It's our population that should be so strong because it's one of the youngest in the world and one of the tumultuous peoples who are gathering in the same space. This could either make our country truly one of the biggest countries in the world, the population alone, or the biggest disaster in the world. And we're not taking real stock of that because we have individual painful problems. I've said it before on this show, we don't have a country. We haven't had one in an awfully long time, which is why I don't understand how we discuss politics so fervently on this show. What politics is going on? I'm not going to repeat myself. We also have a situation where the future is geared to our rise. The future in terms of technology, the future in terms of infrastructure, the future in terms of still the same natural minerals, fuels that we have in our nation. We've got choices to make. We've got serious choices to make. And what's most important and what's not. I heard Maska, and sorry to bring you up, but I just heard Maska say something in the earlier show. A lot of what Maska said, I've thoroughly agreed with. But he did say something like this. He said, if we want Sharia, why don't we have Sharia? And he compared it to an Igbo man. If he wants commerce, allow him to have commerce. Commerce and Sharia are not necessary to be compared. The comparison is not the best for me. I will feel that if someone wants Sharia, let them have Sharia now, for real. But don't bring it to my face. Don't bring it in the public anywhere. I don't want to. I don't want to hear it. Why should I want to hear rubbish? Or what is rubbish to me? Well, if you're talking about commerce and business, that's every man has a hand in that. Every man, whether they see themselves as commercial or not. I don't have a hand in Islam. I don't have a hand there. So I think there are so many things that are petty, as far as I'm concerned, that we want to bring to the main table. Take it off the table. It's not supposed to be on the table. It's not supposed to be on the table where I am. Put it in a table in your corner in your house. I don't want to hear about any. Don't want to hear. No, it's not hate. No hate. I just don't want to hear it. I don't even want to hear about Christianity on a table where we're supposed to be talking about better things. I don't. It's not that these things aren't of people's culture. These things aren't dear to people. I'm not suggesting that for a second. But you can't complicate an already complicated matter with your religion. You can't. And you should be ashamed to be honest. I think it's a shameful process that we're talking about the fact that my crops are being eaten. You raped my wife. You killed my children. Then you want to tell me about Sharia? That we should be doing it the more? What were you talking about? Get the head out of it. Now, I'm just saying not to spike anybody. I'm saying that there's a way we see things in a country like Nigeria that really, this ain't the way forward. Is that the way forward? That's not the way forward to be talking to me about Sharia. Don't talk to me about rubbish. I can't help it but to become somewhat animated because it doesn't impact me and it shouldn't impact me. It shouldn't. I have more Muslims in my family than most people in this platform. I know who they are. Got nothing against them. They do their thing.
All
They
right.
do their. Wait, please. I
Yeah, no,
just
but
want
you
to
spoke
come.
for almost 10 minutes, man.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I do apologize. I do apologize. I didn't realize.
It's
I
my
just want
time.
thank you. I just wanted to say that there is a way out that makes us one country and one great country. And to be honest, we've only got one chance left. We've only got one chance left. So make that sink into everybody's mind who wants to play around with this chance. Thank
All
you.
right. Thank you so much. Yeah, Tony. Or you want us to go to AY for coming to you?
No, my brother can wait.
No, let me talk
AY
to
can
you.
wait. I know he will wait.
Now, my Gabi, that I know
Uh,
fit am.
Go
um,
ahead. Go ahead.
my views are still what they are. There's no basis for Nigeria to be one. After all, it was an experiment that was supposed to go for 100 years, and it has expired. In fact, we are in the first year after the expiration, and it's not working. So, technically speaking, or legally speaking, Nigeria doesn't exist because since the amalgamation, 1914, it was supposed to be 100-year deal, and after that, we're supposed to go back and to the drawing board and see if there's a basis for us to continue the way we're going. So Nigeria technically doesn't exist. Now, I just want to read what somebody posted here, and that's a guy called Fidel. And he says, if terrorists hack you to death without any protection by Nigeria, and you are fortunate to return, would you continue to shout one Nigeria? That's a question that he asked, a rhetorical question. Now, I shudder, when I hear people compare Nigeria to America and some other developed countries, even here in America, as developed as it is, as free as you are to, express your faith without hindrance, own property anywhere, move around without restriction. There are still sections of the country or states who once in a while threaten to exit the union. It's absolutely their right. Now, so when I see people begin to say, no, one Nigeria must begin to, one Nigeria what? One Nigeria what? Everybody should have a right, if you're a Muslim, to practice your religion, practice your Sharia. And as a Christian, I should have a right to practice my religion anywhere in the country. I should own property anywhere in the country. Now, if that is impossible, then it puts a question to, what you call a country. If I can't do that, and I'm not going to hinder anybody from practicing his religion, whether you're traditional or whatever, if you say you're a secular country. Okay? So if there's a question to that, and question to so many other things, why should I continue to stay? Now, if my resources, I come from the south, and you take my oil and you destroy my environment, pollute my water, I can't fish, I can't farm, I can't breathe fresh air, and then you come and you make millionaires out of my own resources. There are less, you don't have as much millionaires in the south as you have from people outside that region. So the endowment that God has given to my area becomes a curse, because some people would want us to be a curse and remain there, and that has bred militancy. I want to be able to take my resources and clean up the mess that has been done. I want to be able to use my resources to ensure that there's best practices all around me. I want to ensure that I don't stay in an environment where the people who come to mine my resources have light, and all around me I don't have light. I don't want that kind of a thing. I don't want it. I don't want to belong to that kind of country. I want to belong to a country where everybody is free. Practice your trade the way you want. That's what I want. I want a country where everybody, you are free to do whatever you want to, do in line with the laws that is guiding whatever environment that you are. That's the kind of country that I want. That's the kind of country where I stay in America. So if we begin to use models and begin to compare to America and so on, I think we should tell ourselves the truth, because this is not best practices. This is not how it is done here. So if we cannot, and we've been on this for years, after all, before the white man came, we were living together. We may not have been as developed as we are, but so if we break up, let's make the mistake. If we break up, we'll learn. So who says if countries are broken up? But if we don't do that, then we are calling for a situation that probably would let in bloodshed. Blood. We're already seeing bloodshed. What we're seeing now is it's a child's play. So we must stop pretending to ourselves. This thing is not working, and it cannot work because there are things that hold us down. It's not working. It cannot work. So we can do it peacefully and say, everybody go and live your life the way you want. Go and enjoy your resources the way you want. Develop your area the way you want. Let everybody be free. But to say that we belong to a country and then you can't do what you want, you are not free, then I think that's a contradiction. And you must not stay. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Tony. All right. Yes. It is AY. Are you going first or Masker?
No, it's AY, KJ. Or any attempt to avoid AY would not work.
No, I don't know why you guys think that way.
I don't know why you are apprehensive when you hear AY. To be honest, I'm your friend. I don't have anything.
Why should I be apprehensive now?
You got to listen to diverse opinion. We can't all be on the same table. You have to listen to diverse opinion.
I don't know why
I'm here. I'm not going away soon. I'm here to stay.
AY, I'm the one who used my hand to bring you in. You were at the backstage. Yes. If I was so afraid of you, I would have left you there. Will you carry me to court? So don't be saying these things now.
Okay.
All right,
Okay.
let's go ahead.
It's okay. Don't worry. We don't have to agree on everything. Yeah. Even if we don't agree on anything, it's okay. Greet everyone from here. I've been
Hello,
listening
man.
to the conversation. Interesting conversation as always. I really love some stuff Mr. Tony said, right? I think in summary, I think we have to try to understand our diversity as a country. I understand like a lot of us are not happy with the country, which is true. But I tell you, we have to understand our diversity, either we like it or not. I think that is one thing that is causing a lot of problem in the country. So when a Yoruba man, you know he loves Amala. If you don't like Amala, walk away. An Hausa man loves Tuwo. If you don't like Tuwo, oh, walk away. If you go Roboma love is starch and banga. So we have to understand these differences. Because what you find with Nigeria speaking is Mala is better than your Tuwo. Your Tuwo is better than Mauba. Mauba, see, we don't have option. But do we have injustice in the country? Yes, we have. These are issues that needs to be addressed. I'm in support of that. We have to sit down to have a very robust conversation. How the common man is going to benefit, he's going to live at least a decent life. I'm in support of that. That's why when I see people that are doing the work, irrespective of the state, I will always support the governor. I will always, if I have to even contribute my money, I don't mind contributing. As long as you are going to work for the people, I will be happy. Even if I'm not from that state, I'm not going to benefit anything. That's my whole thinking. The way we speak sometimes, I still feel we don't understand ourselves. It is a fundamental problem because one thing that I believe very strongly is the poor man that is suffering in Meduguri and the poor man that is suffering in Cross River State, they are the same. They are one and the same. We all have politicians that destroy our country. These politicians, they are from, we elected them. They are from everywhere. This is the fact. Like Ovie we say, we need to organize. Election is coming now. All you hear is we come here, division. Why the politicians from the east, from the west, from the north, from the south, they know how to come together. They are organized. Look at APC now. The governor are even still begging to join the party. Irrespective, the whole of South, they are almost in APC now. The Southeast, 3 governors out of 5. Southwest, they are there. So we really need to organize. We really need to educate the people with less exposure to what is happening in the world. We really need to do that. In the aspect of dividing the country or not to divide the country, I've never believed in Nigeria should divide because my reason very simple. We have, I think, 760 something local government. Even if you divide Nigeria into 760 something places, the division will still appear. People will still want more division. In my local government, I will go there and say, no, this village cannot be my president. That's why I don't really like division. But in the aspect of regionalize the country, one thing I know I'm very sure of, we need some kind of restructuring. Either you want to regionalize it or you want to give more power to the state, let state control their resources. Just like Mr. Tony said, people that want to practice Sharia, let them practice their Sharia. People that want to practice, go with the Bible, let them go with the Bible. That's what you find even in foreign country. On the aspect of religion, which is kind of sometimes divide us, My belief with religion is also keep religion in religious centers. This is my own belief, to be honest. If you are a Muslim, keep religion in the mosque. If you are a Christian, keep religion in the church. If you are idol worshiper, whatever they call traditionalists, stay in your place. So I live in a system where, for example, I've worked with some people for 5 years. I don't even know what they believe in because we don't discuss this type of issues. So whatever you believe in, let people believe what they believe in. Just let peace reign, you know. When you go to public domain, you go to work, deal with the work, get the job done. So, but unfortunately, especially both the two major religions, they are guilty of this. We are all guilty. The two major religions, to be honest, if you go to the north, it's Muslim supersede. If you come to the south, same thing, you know, it's not different. But we have to be fair to the system, you know. Even people that don't even say that we say they don't even believe in God at all. Leave them, let them live in peace. I think we have to look at how do we get this job done. Our institution, education institution are moribund, infrastructure, dead. A lot of things are not working. So I think these are the kind of things that should be our focus. And the other one last thing, instead of keep blaming ourselves for some things that are not reasonable, I have really thought of it. To be honest, I think there is, I'm sorry to say this, I think there is something fundamentally wrong with a black man because it seems we keep blaming ourselves, but which black nation is really working in the whole world?
That's right.
Not only that, even black community come to
That's
America.
right, bro.
Black community go to Canada. See. Sometimes I'm a black man. No, I'm sorry. I don't. There are many things I can say here. It will be like I hate myself, but that is why we have to check. The only country I thought that is trying to work in Africa, I thought that was working, is white Africa, the so-called South Africa. And you know the reason why it is built that way. We need to tell ourselves the truth. Go across the Africa continent, go to the Muslim community, go to the different tribe in Africa. How come no one is working? Go to the Christian countries. So these are really issues we need to write. This is a rhetorical question for everybody. Something we need to think about. So that's why dividing the country, is it going to give us results? So I don't believe that. Those that believe, if he's going to give us result, may God let it be. If it's not going to give us result, I don't care about that. But if they can regionalize that in a way that will have results, I'm in support of that, so that the
Anyway,
country can live a good life. Hey, yes,
can I?
boss.
Thank you, boss. Can I ask you a quick question, please?
Sure.
Given your premise, which I stand with, I wouldn't want Nigeria to pick up. But I'm telling you, this last week, the kind of news that I've been hearing about Nigeria and how deep it runs that we all know, it really does seem to me that it's time to break this country up. And now I don't want to be on that side. I want to be on the side of Nigeria being what it's supposed to be. But bruh, people are in pain. People are in pain that we knew living where we're living. We only feel a semblance of that pain. What do you want for people who are in pain? They look left, they can't get solace. They look right, they can't get anything. What do you want them to do?
Okay. No,
Mr. KJ,
it's enough.
sorry, please give me some second. Let me reply this AY.
No, we have passed that
I want
point
to
now.
know
We are
just one,
closing
just
down.
please,
Now, don't
I beg
reply
of you.
AY. I beg
No,
you.
I'm not replying
I thought you
everything he
wanted
said.
to
No,
listen. No. I beg you. I'm
no,
tired.
just
I need to
please, I'm
go.
begging you, sir.
Listen
Please,
to he beg you, man.
I'm begging
No,
you, please. Okay,
no,
you see,
you're
AY,
not in Abuja Meta now.
Namibia is working, Botswana is working, Egypt is working, and Rwanda is working. Many other countries are working. Don't say the whole black nation is not working. That's lie. When you go in Namibia today, they have one of the best roads in Africa. They have all the infrastructures that America have. They have it. They have social security. They have it. And no Namibian wants to. Any Namibian who goes out, he doesn't want to. And no Namibian want to go out. They're happy in their country because everything is working. I've been there. Botswana is working very well. Botswana have the best money today in Africa. Their money is very strong, more than any other. South Africa was working. South Africa is still working up to today. So, my brother,
Okay.
don't say
Okay
that
now.
no country is
Okay.
working in Africa. No black nation. No, that's lie.
All right. Thank you.
Don't deceive
And you see,
yourself,
I
man.
don't want to go there because there are very other black nations that are working. There are even those that are mixed, like Brazil. You know, they're where you have a lot of Yorubas. It's working. Brazil is working. So, but let's not go there. Let's just move ahead and conclude the
So
broadcast.
Brazil
Go
is
ahead.
black nation, KJ.
Well, you can't say, don't they have
black
black people there? Don't they have black people there? Don't they have a large population of black people? Is it not working?
Well, so we can keep deceiving ourselves. If you believe in that, it's okay. So even concern saying Namibia, Botswana, we can keep deceiving ourselves. Somebody called South Africa. South Africa was built by the white, not by the black. Since black took over South Africa is declining. If you don't
Nigeria also was built by Britain. Nigeria was built by Britain.
Stop shouting.
Nigeria was built by Britain.
Concern.
Anyway, carry on, man.
Have you concluded? So I'll move on.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Let in general, right? My final say, right? So I just want us to think positively about our neighbor, about the country. We think of the solution. How can we move forward? Because a lot of the way our rhetoric is, they are kind of like a big distraction. That's the way I see it. Because the so-called leaders in the country, they are well organized. This is the truth. Even as you speak today, they are from every part of the country. They are from every state. They are not from one place. So this is one, even if we want to disown them, we can just pretend that disown them, but they are from among our families. They are from among our places. So we cannot completely pretend. That's why if we have the capacity to, how do we change the system? If we can get to the push for the electoral reforms, we do that in such a way that capable people can come in from abroad over the country where you have a system that is working. They can come contest for election and try to force a change. This is the way I see it. Otherwise, you allow the political leaders that have been there for more than 25 years, they will see whole sway and do whatever they want to do with everybody.
All right. Thank you so much.
That's what I see. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Maska, your time starts now.
So how many minutes? KJ spoke for AY spoke for 12 minutes. I timed it.
I left him because that's his question.
Because he's free now, because I'm KJ friend. Come on, Maska.
AY, you see, I love my approach. I am not saying that I want to speak for 12 minutes. I'm asking the moderator. He says your time starts now. So I'm asking, how many minutes do I have? The last speaker spoke for 12 minutes.
Okay, go ahead now.
No, how many minutes do I have?
You have 4 minutes.
I forfeit this 4 minutes. I will take as my protest. You can't. The last speaker spoke 12 minutes. You give me 12
because
minutes.
He has not spoken. Now, this is his first time of speaking since he came. That's why I left him. I deliberately left him.
That is not correct. The concerns not only that he spoke for 30 minutes, he spoke for additional 3 minutes. I've been timing.
Maska, you really become a troublemaker.
I am a troublemaker when people want to show me that they can.
Maska is learning from all of you here, man.
No,
I did not learn anything.
Not me.
The blood of fighting for justice is in my that's what runs in my blood. I can't sit where we are talking about fighting injustice. Then I will sit down. People would put injustice on my head for what?
Well, you see, again,
4 minutes is not. If you give me 4 minutes, I forfeit it.
Maska, let me push back. You see, you guys.
Let me take his 4 minutes now.
No, hold on. I want to correct something. You guys do this thing. You see, I'm the one moderating this program. I say, as a moderator, you don't have to tell me how much time I'll give you.
Sure.
Okay.
what I'm asking
but
is
I on my own,
the
I
last
already
speaker spoke
explained
for
to you.
12 minutes. You
I
can't
already
give me.
explained to you that AY had just, this is his first appearance, and I let him speak as long
I
as
said
that.
spoke for 12 minutes.
But I've been fair to you. I've given you more than enough time on this program. Even when you came in and you are arguing for almost 8 minutes.
All right.
I didn't say anything.
Okay, KJ, I see. It's okay. It's okay. I will beg now. Can it be 6 minutes?
Go ahead.
Thank you, my brother. Thank you. Okay. What were the things that I even wrote down? Okay. So the first issue for me, I think I will start with what Revolution said. Okay. And I will go back to the things I said also in the other segment of the program. Revolution said it is people that are educated that should lead the fight for the liberation of Nigeria. And his reason was very logical, because if that revolution, if that good country happens, there is not people like concern they will bring to go and man positions. It is the educated people that will be clamoring for positions, whether the country is one single country or even if it's a divided country. Now, the point I'm making is that both angles, let's take even the people who are saying the country should divide. I would expect that if we are saying that the country should divide, the minimum we can be able to put on the table is divide in what form. I have not had anybody. Somebody will say, oh, okay, let Biafra go. I take it. What happened? What kind of division would happen to the rest of the country? If we're going to be honest people, don't just talk about your own side, that will break and go. You have to have, if you are going to break out of a country, if you are a good person, you should go out in such a way that you are not going to put problem on the other country, even if assuming it remains the same, or it's going to break down. My point is that we keep talking restructuring, but we don't sit down really as people to sit and ask ourselves, okay, what are we really talking about? And I will give you an example, KG. You know Benue State very well. How many times have an Idoma man been governor in Benue State? It's not a rhetorical question. And I'm asking you, KJ, so that you can share with us. I'm driving somewhere.
Okay. And Idoma man has never been governor of Benue State. And that's one of the contradictions.
No, why? No, why?
That's enough. No. None.
None. So the point I'm making is that this injustice we are talking about, it permeates our society. If you
my question to you is this: is that right? Is that right that since Benue State was created, since 1975 or 76 that Benue State was created, till today, an Idoma man or Igede man have never been governor? Is that a right? And should they continue that way?
That's what I'm so it's the same thing I'm saying. I'm bringing it up because that is the kind of injustice that we overlook when we say the country should break down. So the Idoma man in Benue State should go and worry. As far as the Igbo man, if he has taken Biafra has gone, the Idoma man's problem is his own problem. There is so much problem in this country that everybody is in their need of a resolution. But the problem with the black man is that another man said, "Na pot. Once you deal with your own problem, it's okay. Every other person should go to hell." This is the approach that I don't like. That when we say, "Oh, let Nigeria break," even to break down in how many pieces? Because, for instance, now I would take it that the Yoruba people will be fine, the Igbo people will be fine. Do you imagine what will happen in the South? Not to talk of the Middle Belt. What will happen to them? We don't even give a thought to this. If it's okay, let's break down, but let's sit down and do the analysis of the breakdown. But that is not even my point, because I think it's just the normal Nigerian attitude. Breakdown. Nobody is ever going to give anybody a breakdown on a platter of gold. Like Ovie said, If they do the restructuring, they probably would restructure it in a way that it will still favor them. The same way the British have given us independence, but we are still struggling. Okay? The most important thing is we have to go back to what revolution said. People must take responsibility. It's not about complaining and crying. We can be crying to tomorrow. The breakup will not happen. The resolution will not happen. Okay? So what I'm saying, as far as solution is concerned, we need to sit down and understand what is happening. The problem we have is that we have extractive political institutions and we have extractive economic institutions where everything is going into the political power every day in Nigeria is constantly being consolidated in a minority hand instead of the idea of democracy where power is evenly distributed. That is the fight we must fight. If we don't fight that fight, the division will not happen, the resolution will not happen. The truth is bitter. That thing that we're avoiding, that problem we're avoiding, we must face it.
I need to speak to you, if I may, Maska. You know,
But
oh, please, let's try and resolve these questions, bro. Let's not do it like
we are
that.
shutting down. We have already done
And
it.
we are shutting down. It's okay.
No, I don't. No, please.
Okay, Jagun. See the truth about, so let me put it this way, Jagun. You have my number. These discussions are really not for fun discussions. If you are really serious about the question you want to ask, you have my number. Call me.
No, you know, I would do that, but I want to do it in public.
Listen, I am shutting down. I've already overshot the time. I want to shut down. Please. All right.
Let me wrap up. So don't worry, Jagun. We'll have enough time. I'm constantly coming to the show. No issues. The major challenge that used to stop me, I've dealt with it. I've dealt with the challenge, which is internet. So let me wrap up, KJ. The point I am making, the logical rules of engagement, of power, of relationship everywhere in the world since time immemorial. When people find themselves in a system and they are on top of the pyramid, and it's not Igbo people that are on the top of this pyramid, or some Hausa people that are on the top of this pyramid. It's a clique of people. Some of them die, some of them go into that thing. But you, as a Nigerian, we all know who are the, when you say, I can't remember who mentioned it, who said, I think it's Boom Boom Ray, who mentioned a couple of names that, in fairness, some of them should spend the rest of their life in prison. We know all these people. If they ask you to make a list, you will make your list. And your list will not be too different from my own. It will not be too different from Jagun. We know the problem, but we refuse to accept it. We dance around tribalism. We dance around, now we are using Sharia as a masquerade, as if Sharia is some. The truth is, we just dance around. We should face our reality. Me, you, KJ, we need to sit down and organize and discuss what is it that we can individually do and collectively do. We know the problems. We can make a list, all of us here. Boom Boom Ray that has never, I don't know whether he's been to Nigeria. He was the one who started the list. He started that list of the true problem. And without solving that problem, every other thing will continue to remain. There is injustice everywhere across the nook and crannies of this country. And the reason is that once some people get to the top of an extractive setup, they will not relinquish that power the way we are talking. It's not by saying that, oh, they say, okay, everybody should go to his tent, because they are the ones enjoying the way the country is. It's not the average man on the street. I rest my case there.
Okay. You have spoken for 9 minutes.
KJ, one second, please, if you can.
I don't want to.
No, 1 second. I just want to pass an information is to tell you the country we are talking about.
Okay.
In Oshu State, all of a sudden we have another faction of our court party. They just did their primary, and another person won. So this is to tell you that this is the country we are saying we want to rescue. Accord Party that has never had any problem since we are beginning to hear Accord Party. All of a sudden, Governor of Osun State joined. Today, there is a new faction. They conducted their governorship primary, and they on that side, Adeleke lost. Why Adeleke faction is supposed to do their primary tomorrow? That's this to tell you what we are talking about. That this government, these people that is in power, these people that is in power, they have decided that Nigerians are not going to breed. But it is only when Nigerians decide to give up that they're not going to breed, that this thing that this
God bless you, Mr. Ike. God bless you. God bless you. God bless you. They are not going to let this thing fly like that the way we are thinking.
All right. All right. You see, we cannot finish this conversation today. Honestly. So what I'm going to do going forward, because we're going to cannot still hold this conversation, is to have maybe two guests. Where I'll bring people in two at a time, and then so that you can speak all that you want to say, and then you say all you want to say, and I'll take you out and bring another set, because that way we can be able to control the narrative, and you say as much as you want without anybody trying to scuffle whatever you're saying or feeling scuffled. All right. 2 Niger, 1
yes, sir.
Brent.
All right, so let me run through, because I can obviously see that you're very tired, and I appreciate you giving us this time. So let me just run through a few things that I wrote based on what my brothers on the panel were saying. And one of them was, how do we now take power from the people that are destabilized and destroying the country? And I would say this rests squarely on the shoulders of the young people. Nigeria, as we know it today, has a very young and vibrant, youthful population, of which most of the people, estimates vary, but one estimate I would rather lean to, which is what I usually hear, is that almost 75% of the population in Nigeria today are between the ages of 18 and 37. So I don't see why we have a president that's more than 50 years old. I used to say 45, 40. I'd say let's give it at 50 based on the experience needed. Say someone has been in government since he was 30, 32. He understands the intricacies behind how the civil arena should be run. That said, I'll also move on to what I think it was Chim, that talked about why do we have passport offices in different districts of Nigeria, or in one place in Nigeria, where for better efficiency, it would be better if we had them situated in different localities and different districts. Now, again, this is where I say the federal government has to relinquish control of certain powers that it presently controls, and this is one of them. Oversight is something we also need. The federal government is overburdened. It is overburdened. It is doing too much, and it is overcommitting itself. And I think even Tony would agree to that. And I understand Tony again, and I think it breaks my heart when I hear you say the country has to be divided, because I know you are a strong proponent of one Nigeria. I fervently hope I never get to that stage, because a lot of times what I see coming out of Nigeria, emanating from, really saddens me. Now, someone said something about if we want the country to develop, people will have to move back home. They use the Singapore example. That is very true. The diaspora needs to go back to Nigeria, lend its expertise, lend its experience, and this is the way that we will develop the country. But again, like Chim said, people are not going to want to go back if there's nothing that will be gained from it, if they will retrogress in life. So what do we need? Goes to back to what we're all saying on here: justice, equity, fairness. And one thing, especially since the Nigerian government is now leaning in the direction of taxation for generation of funds, the ease of business has to be changed in Nigeria. the ease of doing business. There's no reason why you want to register a business. There's so many loopholes, so many red tapes, and you have to jump through so many hoops. And again, this goes back to the justice system, because as a businessman, as an entrepreneur, you don't want to go to a place where if your rights are violated, you will not get redress or protection from the courts. So policing, the justice system, these things need to be revamped. To AY's position that why is no black nation working? And brother concern saying Botswana and Namibia are working. Well, I would disagree with brother concerns, because if you check Amnesty International, the latest report says that 40% of the population of Namibia are actually facing food insecurity. There is a disproportionate inequality in the distribution of wealth. There's a large gap between the rich and the poor. I agree there's a comparatively low corruption between when you compare it to other African nations, but there's also high unemployment. There's food scarcity. Botswana, in 60 years, had the same party. They just relinquished power last year, the Botswana Democratic Party, the BDP. So if you want to say those are the conditions you would look at as it being more progressive than Nigeria, I think I will tend to disagree. Now to AY's position, which I brought up before I started speaking about brother concerns. Why are black nations at the bottom of the totem pole? Well, we know what it is. There is a hierarchy, and black Africans are smack dab at the bottom of that. You want to rise up, the powers that be, the West, kick you back down the ladder. You want to rise up, they move the ladder away. There are so many things pitted and rooted against black people that it is so hard for us to rise, even with you have all the best intentions in the world. In summary, I would just say, hopefully things work out in Nigeria. And I would say, most importantly, the youth need to start looking towards politics. Dirty December, fine, but there are more important things on the ground, because you don't want a situation one day you have a Dirty December in the club and a bunch of terrorists run in and start mowing everybody down. We don't want that. If you think it's impossible, it is very possible, because the situation on the ground, the security situation on the ground in Nigeria today is very precarious. So the youth, young people need to get more involved in politics. They need to fund themselves. And I think if there's some sort of organization, instead of all these old men jostling for power, and when I say old men, I'm talking about the OBs, I'm talking about the show rays, not necessarily the people in charge right now. Instead of us trying to back these people, not saying they don't have good intentions, not saying they don't have good foresight for the country, but I'm saying the way the country is structured now and positioned, we need more young people, and it is younger people's futures that are at stake, and I think they will do better in determining their own future moving forward.
All right. Thank you so much. And yes, Jagun, I'll give you 2 minutes. Okay. Jagun is asleep.
No, I'm not asleep, or I'm not sleeping. I do thank you very much. I don't know if you are able to hear me. You know, honestly, I would just like to thank everybody. I would also, I don't know. I think things are getting serious. You know, as said, we've been talking for an awfully long time. Talking. 2 good years from 2023. Let's say in real terms, from 2023 to today, 2 good years. We've seen what Tinubu has for us. Many of us are a bit confused and perplexed about it. There are certain places where we think he's doing well, but especially in terms of economics. And then there are certain places that he's doing completely terribly, especially in geopolitical terms. We can't see that the guy is on our side. And whilst we've all given him a chance, whether or not we were for him at the beginning or against him, I think it's clear to all of us that this thing it doesn't mean much. Doesn't mean much at all. And what it is doing is pushing people further into an arena whereby it's definitely not working for us. Tinubu is not working for us. So the more pain that is caused by his governance, so-called, the more suffering takes place in Nigeria and by Nigerians. I've always said that me as an individual, 58 years old, where Nigeria is concerned, I don't need to be in a country to suffer Nigeria. As far away as I am, I'm suffering Nigeria. My people are there. News is all abound. None of the news is good. Doesn't serve me. None of it. None of it serves me as an individual, as someone that will see themselves as a Nigerian. So, my last word is that I think really this is our last chance. And I just don't understand whether or not we are honest enough, whether or not we have the love, whether or not we have any intention of doing anything good for that country. The reason was said by an individual by the name is a Beninois. His name is Frank Zanu, ZA. Some of you may have come across his YouTube. I don't know his view, but he is very strong in his own point of view. He says that there's a reason why no black man or community, the same thing that AY said, why they do not rise to the top as a community, group, or country. He said it's because they've never had a country. He said it's because we don't have culture. He said it's because we don't have culture even within our communities. Now, he gave the reasons. Nigeria is not a culture. It's a name of a country. It's a name of a geographical space. That culture, that name does not have a culture. An Igbo man has a culture. A Yoruba man has a culture. A Hausa man has a culture. But Nigeria does not have a culture. There's no language called Nigeria. Which is why I always say that these things are serious. There has not been any level of building a nation out of a country. Never. There's not been that.
All right. So, thank you so much, Jack. I think we'll bring it to a close there. I totally agree with what you said, and we've talked about this many times before in our private places, that we don't have a culture. If you come to other Western world, the use of McDonald's, my son, have built into their program in school, where they go at a time, once or twice a term, to go use those things. They are taught that's their culture, how to go to those eateries and place your order, helping to support that business. There are other places you go to tourist spots. They pay for it. Some of them are free. They take them there. They show them. They say this is American life. Okay, they show them how to how to dress up, feel like an American, behave as an American. We don't have that culture. We don't have it because certain parts of the country don't believe in what the other part believe. And so that division has been there all the while. But today, what we have learned so clearly is that there's a divide still, even on this panel, between what is the best way forward and how do we go from here. We cannot go to a place where we thought we are going to get to if we keep referring to the fact that, well, this person is unfair, this is not that. You see, there's always going to be continuous pointing of finger to the person who does not belong to your region. But the question that all of us have been able to answer today so far, even though we may not have a conclusion, is that there's injustice in the system built in. And Ovie is the only person who have said today, and I'm hearing for the very first time, that Edo people are well satisfied with the system that they're having right now. They don't have anything to worry about. Nigeria is working for them. And that's great to hear. At least there's a set of people who say Nigeria is working for them. Now, for people like people from Ovie, they should not complain when the Idoma man says Benue is not working for him because he has not become governor since the state started. It's not a reason to shut him down, to say, why is he complaining? After all, Edo people don't have a problem. And Edo has plenty diverse tribe, and yet the other people are not complaining. In a system where you get into an agreement that does not fit what you desire to get out of it, the best thing is to rewrite it, or you get out of it. You cut the chain and run with your losses. So, what is the best way forward? The North is predominantly Muslims. They have a different culture. See, the thing we don't talk about, and we'll discuss that here, is that the Islam is not only a religion, but it's also a culture and a political trust of the people who practice it. Consequently, for you who is a Muslim, you don't even believe that a Christian should be head in a country where they are predominantly Muslims or where you have a Muslim. You don't even believe that a woman should head you. That was why Mrs. Mrs. Eta, who was then the president of the Senate, the House of Rep leader. She was booted out with the lies, and they later on come to confess that, look, I'm sorry, but we did it. You didn't do anything. You were not corrupt. We just don't. We're not comfortable with a woman leading us. So, what am I trying to say in essence? The system of governance has constantly been different, even before the British came. And even when the British came, they recognized the fact that these same regions have different ways of life. That is why indirect rule was introduced in the North, where the emir have the final authority. And direct rule was introduced in the South, where we don't believe that one person is the only one who has the final authority. So these are contradictions that have continuously run. It's not going to change tomorrow. We just have to find a way to either deal with these contradictions or find a way to quietly and peaceably separate. There's not going to be any time and any day where we are going to accept that Nigeria will become Islamized. Anybody who has that in his mindset should please forget it. It will never happen. There's not going to be any time we will think that Nigeria should become Christianized. Everybody become a Christian. It's never going to happen. We're not even hoping that should happen because, you see, the world it's not a mollustic world. We all don't have the same faces as you're looking at us here. All of you, but our faces function the same way, but it's all different. So the earlier you allow your neighbor to live and you also live, the earlier we all can sort ourselves out very quickly and also possibly. If we continue to think that somebody is going to come and make a difference for us somewhere, that person is not going to come. Now, where are we at, and what's the purpose of this discussion? This discussion today is to continue what was already started in DC in line with the International Committee on Nigeria. These are people who are not our people, but they are concerned because we are killing ourselves. They want us to find a solution. And if we cannot find a solution, we should divide. These people are giving us instances in our country, contradictions that we have seen but we have ignored. And they are pointing these contradictions as a stumbling block to nationhood. We're not saying that people will stop agitation. As we speak, DC, the District of Columbia, Washington, DC, is still asking to be a state. They don't want to be a stateless. They are saying they are supposed to be a state. They are still contesting it. They are still going to court. They are still campaigning. In fact, if you go or if you drive around DC, you see the signposts almost in every house say this is a state. Where they are still campaigning for that statehood. You see it, statehood. DC statehood. DC statehood. So we are not going to get to a point where all of us will agree, but we can solve all the problems. The bigger ones can be taken care of, and then the small ones, like this is getting everything they need to get. This is so beautiful, Okay, they're getting, especially since Donald Trump came, the place has been cleaned up. You can literally go everywhere clean. Okay, but that same agitation is still there. Is it because they're not getting what belongs to them? No, they're getting all they need to get. So there's not going to be any time that all of us will agree, but at least the major contradictions or obstacles will be taken out of the way. I live in Benue. I love my Tiv brothers. I speak Tiv very well. But I also want the Idomas, who I also love, to have a shot at the governorship race. And the Igede, they are Gatu. Okay? Every other tribe should have a shot at whatever. We must find a policy that will work for everybody, so that all of us can be at peace. It's not always good when we give ultimatum to tribes, to a people. Say if it comes to this, we will fight with our blood. For who? If you look at people making this statement, they are closer to where they're going is closer to where they're coming than where they're coming from. You want to create problem for other people, the younger people who are coming behind. Instead of solving the problem that you see. I say it again because here I made a statement. The other guy was putting it out. I have no hatred for any Muslim. As a matter of fact, I admire them. They pray 5 times a day. They do their listening. Those good Muslims are good Muslims. You can't influence them whether you like it or not. I want them to continue to be who they want to be. Let them also leave me to be who I want to be. There's never going to be any time you come to my village and say we are Muslims. It won't happen. It won't happen. It won't happen. For crying out loud, I want to repeat again, it will not happen. Because that is who we are. We already know our roots and know where our forefathers take. You see, some people make a mistake and say, no. We have been there. This is what I've practiced. We have a Omenala, which is the traditional way of doing things in Igbo land. We also have those who have accepted that and moved on to become Christians. So what am I trying to say? We have concluded also, some people have agreed that maybe confederation, people like Jagun also said, maybe it's time for us to look again how to be able to be at peace. If confederation will be the issue way forward, let's go do it. If going back to our original constitution that was used before the republic was started, let's go there, because that gives all the regions the authority and the power they need to do what they need to do at their own pace, without being hurried, without anybody shouting down at them. We cannot have a nation where the gold in Zamfara belongs to the people of Zamfara. The oil in that delta belongs to the federal government for all of us to share. We cannot have a situation, because those who say Sharia is only for the Muslims, when the traders who are selling beer in Kano bring in their beer, you carry them all and go and destroy the bottles. Has it not affected them? It has affected them. When Deborah had to go and meet her Heavenly Father before her time, was she asked whether she's a Christian and Muslim before that happened? The Akaluka, whose was severed from his head and they used that to parade around Kano, was that done because did they ask him if he's a Christian before that time? Nobody asked him those questions. So we cannot say that Sharia does not affect other people who are not Muslims. It does affect us. And we will not say it does not affect anybody. But nobody can say, because you refuse to be a Christian, consequently, certain actions have been taken against you in Nigeria, as far as I know. So what is the way forward? You and I are the only people who can decide that. But for us, we have been able to throw out this, especially for those people who come to this program to see what they can hold against anybody. What we're simply saying that these are our opinions, and if you want to make Nigeria go forward, go look at these contradictions and find a way to sort it. If you can discuss with bandits, terrorists who are maiming and doing all kinds of things to people in our country. You can equally call young men and young women and have a round table. If you don't know how to do it, you have people like Fela Dorotoye, who is an expert in youth organization and all that. You can consult them. How do you go about this? You can put it in their hand. These are experts. You have many others. I don't want to call their names. There are many others who are also specialized in dealing with such organizations and bringing out what is needed. Put the research in their hand, and they'll bring you what will work for everybody. We are saying that because sometimes when you say Igbo, they say Igbos don't want to be part of Nigeria. We want to be part of Nigeria, but we want a Nigeria that is equal. Every person can live life and live it appropriately without discrimination. If you think that we or any other person or in that group are not qualified to be Nigerian, then let them go. Let them go. It's time to let them go. I thank you so much, Jagun. I thank you, Mr. Ike. You guys have been wonderful. I've missed my last dinner because right now it's 11:30 my time. So I'm only just going to find a way to sleep. Thank you also for all those who have been with us since the afternoon, since 12, those who were on the first program and are still here. We thank you so much. We also thank those of you who decided to support us. The support has been wonderful. We thank you. 222 Odu. Thank you so much for your support. We really appreciate you. Thank you also, Aladdin Kelly. Thank you so much. We really appreciate you also. Thank you also for our sister, our dear sister, Tokwe Oriako Tokwe. We thank you so much. You are so wonderful, always supporting this channel. We want to say to those people who are still with us, this support helped Rudolph to pay for this channel. We can actually accommodate more people and have more time. But because of the resources we don't have, we have to make it the way it is. So please, before you sign out, like the broadcast. And if you are not subscribed, subscribe to the broadcast. That will also help us to have more people view it. We thank you. Every idea canvas here are the ideas, they are the thoughts of the people who have presented them. They are not against anybody, and they're not calling for anybody, whatever. We are simply saying, as a concerned Nigerian citizens of Nigeria, we think that we can do better than what we are doing. If we truly believe that Nigeria is the hope of the black man, as we say, if we say that Nigeria is where the tire meets the road for every black person, if we say we are supposed to be a giant in Africa, then we should behave like giants. Not a giant like the Goliath and David, but a giant that is able to recognize his size, and when it comes to world events, use his size to actualize the desire of the black man, which is what Nnamdi Azikiwe quoted as the symbol or the motto of the University of Nigeria in Nsukka, which is that we are here to restore the dignity of the black man. How do we restore the dignity of the black man? Is it in fighting within ourselves? Is it trying to find a way to block one another from making progress? We cannot restore the dignity of black man if we ourselves have become the nuisance that the black people are now complaining about all around the world. We should be able to find our footings. We should be able to caution our leaders. We should not rush to take what has been a problem of our brothers and make them ours. And the enemies of our brothers make them our friends. Because the show of shame that Nigeria showed in Benin Republic leaves a lot to be answered. Leaves a lot to be answered. Because we have kings who have kindreds, in Benin Republic. We have Yorubas who are in IDP camps in Benin Republic. And Benin Republic is a francophone. We are anglophone. Did anybody ever thought about that before sending the jets in there? Did you think you probably be making enemies for the people of that region who daily tread across the country? Do you think that the people of the francophone will be happy? Did you even think of the fact that it's a sovereign nation, that you should not do what you have done? These are things that we should watch out for. Creating more enmity for ourselves will not help anybody. If the French were so good, these Francophone countries will not be kicking them out. If the French were reasonable, they have been in Burkina Faso, Mali, Niger, and the other one, Mali. I can't remember right now. But if they were so good, those people will still be having them as partners in progress. Let's not repeat the same mistake we have made over time. The same mistake we made over time was that when the slave trade came, it was our own people that organized to sell us. So are we now also organizing to now give Burkina Faso, Niger, Benin to our own colonial masters? This is wrong. We should stop that nonsense. It shouldn't be heard. But I thank God that they people know that the Nigerian people are not behind it. Our hands are clean. We did not and will not support the invasion of any country, whether be it a coup going on there or not. They are sovereign. If we say we are a sovereign nation, America should not come to our country, then we should also recognize the sovereignty of other nations, whether there are 50,000 people there as a nation or there are 100 million people. On this faithful note, I want to say thank you so much for being with us. Thank you also. We say, by the grace of God, we'll be here again next week. This week we are going in by Friday, Saturday and Sunday to again have another go at another topic. And until we get to see you again, we say thank you and have a wonderful, wonderful rest. Have a good night.